Without any further delay, it gives me honor to introduce our great moderators, Miss Jamaica, and, sorry dear, I forgot your name. Sarah? Sorry, Arlene. Miss Jamaica and Miss Arlene to start the first session. Floor is yours, dears. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Basant. Once again, good morning, everyone. So it's our pleasure to be your moderators for today's session on transformational leadership, the future of nursing. So our first speaker, he has a career that influences healthcare leadership, university nursing education, evidence-based practice, and applied research. His focus is healthcare transformation across interprofessional domains. He has a specific professional passion for human resource development and human experience linked to patient experience. His professional interests include innovative and creative education strategies aimed at transforming the mindset of healthcare professionals for the advancement of patient experience. His past global leadership role was chairperson of the Research and Scholarship Council for Sigma International Nursing Society, USA from 2017 to 2021. He is active on 5 international editorial boards for scientific journals and the external examiner for PhD research across universities in the UK, USA, Europe, South Africa, Malaysia, and Indonesia. His latest research focus has been a qualitative, historical, retrospective inquiry into contributions and legacy of Rufaidah Al-Aslamiyah as the first Muslim nurse and pioneer of Islamic nursing. Please welcome our first speaker, Professor Mustafa Bodrick, that will be speaking on leadership excellence, transformation, and innovation pioneered by the first Muslim nurse, Rufaidah Al-Aslamiyah. Welcome, Prof.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Your Excellency Dr. Mazen Faqih, Her Excellency Dr. Heba, the Deputy Chief Executive Officer of Faqih, distinguished Chief Nursing Officers, colleague nurses, ladies and gentlemen. It is a deep honor for me to be back at Faqih Care on this wonderful occasion of your 6th nursing symposium. I suppose nursing is the senior when it comes to the Congress. And thank you to the organizing committee as well as to the scientific committee for inviting me yet again to speak to you. The last time I saw you, I was on a journey. You didn't know that because one of the gifts that came from COVID-19 was for me to complete research on Rufaidah Al-Aslamiyah. May Allah rest her soul. So after 17 months of research, we finally got it together, a team of 4 people. And then it hit me when doing the results that Rufaidah was actually transformational. Rufaidah had excellence in leadership, and that Rufaidah herself was innovative. And therefore it gives me absolute honor and privilege to address you on leadership excellence in transformation and innovation pioneered by the first Muslim nurse. The journey will start with the historical research that we've just completed, and the publication is in press. Hopefully it's coming out December, January. Related concepts on leadership excellence, transformation, and innovation, and some of the themes that emerge. We have 2 sets of themes that came up with evidence from historical data. And then we're going to talk about something that was very characteristic of Rufaidah, and that was how she empowered not only herself, but the Ansar women at that time with Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, and then of course a take-home message and the conclusion. So this historical research, my first interest goes back to 2009 to 2012 when I was collecting. I was fascinated with the fact that this nurse existed 1,400 years ago, while everyone else was talking about Florence Nightingale and other nurses from 200 years ago. And I needed to find out who is Rufaida. Momentarily, I stopped in 2012 because things went in another way and you kind of hit a brick wall. And during COVID-19, one of the blessings is that I picked up the research again and we continued as a group of 4 of us, 2 of us nurses, and a third is a hadith expert, and that's someone that studies the original sayings of the Prophet. And the 4th co-author is a translation studies expert who was able to authenticate some of the translations and the sources of our evidence. So elevating the contributions and legacy of Rufaida al-Aslamiyya as the first Muslim nurse. And for me, even preparing for you, I was again inspired by the degree to which she was so amazing in terms of transformation and innovation, and I'm going to share that with you in a moment. Some of you who are perhaps not Muslim, but you are working here in the land of the 2 holy mosques, you hopefully will be able to contact your friends around the world and tell them that you've learned about Rufaida al-Aslamiyya from 1,400 years ago, and that you are actually working here in Arabia where she started the first nursing school. She wrote the first code of ethics, and she has the first documented mobile unit of taking care to the community. And that is coming up in a minute. And so I share with you my co-authors, Mutlaq al-Muteri, who was instrumental in getting it together, and of course very much for some of the translation, because I'm not fluent in reading Arabic, although I'm able to recite. And then of course our 2 co-authors, Dr. Fatma al-Sulami, who's an author on Islamic Sciences and Hadith in Jeddah University, and she actually verified the references of some of the resources that we used and went back to the original and corrected them where there was errors in the translation. And then Dr. Hisham Al-Fayed, who translated back our English version of Themes Arising back to the Arabic to make sure that they matched, because that's how rigorous we are with historical research. And Mrs. Hafsa Qada at the bottom, who translated a ethnographic research written by researchers in Indonesia that was written in very deep Malay, and she was able to translate that as well. So we didn't leave any stone unturned, and very soon from the journal, or the Indonesian Journal of Nursing, the article will be published. You may ask us, so why did we choose the Indonesian Journal of Nursing? Very simple. Indonesia has the largest number of Muslims, and therefore we wanted the highest impact and circulation of the article, and it is a Scopus approved journal. So let us for a moment just pause, because we are not saying Rufaida instead of Florence Nightingale, or Rufaida instead of Henrietta Stockdale, or anyone else that you may know of historically. We are just simply saying that we now need to position, as a result of this research, we need to position Rufaida where she belongs, as the first nurse, not only first Muslim nurse, but the first nurse to actually organize nursing care. And why this is important is because the literature tells us that it shares historical trends as well as influences. It supports us in our identity as professionals. Imagine knowing you're sitting now in those chairs and you know that nursing existed more than 1,400 years ago. How marvelous is that? You'll be able to tell your kids and your grandkids that I was in Saudi Arabia where the first nurse from more than 1,400 years ago started nursing. And then, of course, and why she is appropriate for this conference today is that she gave us lessons to be learned. And as I said, in my preparation coming to you, I got inspired again and I thought, subhanallah, glory be to God, that this woman was so amazing, and she only started at the age of 22. So there's no excuse for some of us that have seen the sun for a few decades. So let's look at some of these historical figures and give them credit. There is Florence Nightingale, who established nursing in the UK and exported it from the UK, particularly to America. At the same time, there was Mary Seacole, or Seacole, some people pronounce it differently, the Caribbean woman who was with Florence Nightingale, who has now been recognized by the British Parliament during the time of Tony Blair. We then have Linda Richards, who was the first trained American nurse. Mary Mahoney, who was the first African-American nurse in the United States, and then Henrietta Stockdale, who was the first nurse, hear this, British nurse, she was the first nurse to make sure that nursing got its own registration and the first Nursing Act, where she saw nursing as separate from any of the other health professions and that it needed to be independent. So who is Rufaida al-Aslamiyah? Rufaida was born in Yathrib, which was the previous name of Medina, in 597 AD, and she is recognized as the first female Muslim nurse. Now, when I once tweeted about this, there was a surgeon and an emergency physician who said, no. Rufaida is the first female surgeon. Someone else said, no. Rufaida was the first, and I said, no, there is no evidence. I can categorically say there's no evidence in the history. You know why? Rufaida didn't come and spend 5 to 7 minutes with the patient and then go. She spent 7 days a week nursing the patients, and I'm going to show you the evidence that probably, and who knows, maybe here in the audience someone wants to do further research to find out, because she may actually be the first emergency nurse practitioner. We didn't go that far because we ended our research after 17 months to be able to get it out there. And now we're going to go into it a bit more. So Rufaida was one of the first women when Prophet Muhammad ﷺ came from Mecca to Medina. She was there in 620 AD to receive him, and she was part of the women, the Ansar women in Medina, while it was then known as Yathrib, to receive the Prophet. Secondly, she belonged to the Beni Aslam tribe, where she gets her name Al-Aslamiyah, the Khazraj tribe, and she started nursing in that year when Prophet Muhammad arrived at the age of 23 to 25 years. Some sources say 22 to 23, but the most consistent is 23 to 25 years of age at the time of the Prophet. Her father, Sa'd al-Aslamiyah, was actually a physician surgeon, and he mentored, and this may be somewhere where some of the confusion comes in, because he practiced as a surgeon and a physician, but she most certainly took nursing to the next level because she devoted herself to nursing in taking care of the sick people, and she reached the expertise level. So if you think of Benner's model, she reached the highest level because she was self-directed and independent in practicing, and practiced her skills in the field tent hospitals in Medina. The question we asked ourselves as researchers, why haven't we heard about Rufaida from 1,400 years ago? So let us tell you that Rufaida was rediscovered 42 years ago by Dr. Suad Hussein. She was the first Arab nurse. In fact, she was an Egyptian nurse from Alexandria. And she was the first Arab nurse with a PhD. And she recognized this name Rufaida in all its phonetic spellings. And she traced some scripts to the Kuwaiti museum, and she actually obtained original scripts from the Kuwaiti museum, and there's documentation to show that she received these scripts from the Kuwaiti museum and she analyzed it. So she actually looked at these documents and she saw that Rufaida had devoted her life to the improvement of nursing in Medina, and that there was historical evidence that she established the first school, which I'm going to speak more about, and secondly, some of the Muslim traditions. And these four are the pivotal documents. Dr. Hussein published that in 1981. Dr. Jan from Pakistan published also in the Journal of Nursing Scholarship in 1996, having interviewed Dr. Suad. And Dr. Suad's daughter is Professor Afaf Malays, who is the one who has brought it to us because sadly, Dr. Suad Hussein was diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease and eventually she died. To Allah, she has returned. And then, of course, the Indonesian publication by Saputra and authors. So what was her contributions and legacy as a Muslim nurse? She was a leader amongst the Ansari women, and she began to train them as volunteer nurses, and therefore started the first school of nursing at the site, hear this, at the site of Masjid Nabawi, the site of the Prophet's mosque. She approached Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, for the different wars, for Badr, for Uhud, for Khandaq and Khaybar and others. And she said to Prophet Muhammad, instead of you losing life with injured soldiers, we will come to war with you and be at the back line. And if someone is shot down by an arch or by a sword, or they fall off their horse, don't leave them on the battlefield. Pass them back to us in the background, and we will set up tents and we will take care of them. And subhanAllah, and this is research to be done, is to actually find out what was the impact of that. All the historical documents show that there was a decrease in the number of deaths of Muslim soldiers following these wars. She went further. She arranged shelter from the heat and the desert, and she made sure there was ventilation in the tents. And a tradition we have from Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, until today, she made sure that there was drinking water. So ladies and gentlemen, nurses, colleagues, when you do intake and output, that was done 1,400 years ago, because she was making sure that those soldiers were hydrated. What were her achievements in a nutshell? Prophet Muhammad gave her permission, and this is an artistic drawing on the left, on the top. That is the original artist impression of Masjid Nabawi at the time of the Prophet. And to the bottom right-hand side is Aisha's home. May Allah be pleased with her. And next to that is the area which is open from the other side where she was nursing. And eventually they actually referred it as Khayma al-Rufaida. That's what the manuscripts have shown us. Khayma al-Rufaida, which means that it was the tent of Rufaida. She continued to provide nursing care, and why you see the Prophet's mosque there, it's the same site that exists today in Medina al-Munawwara. And she drafted the first code of nursing conduct, because as the nurses were going onto the field during the war, she realized they needed to be guided. And therefore, later on during the Battle of the Trench at Khandaq, She then developed a mobile unit because she moved. And if you know Medina, if you've traveled to Medina, the site of the 7 mosques, there's actually 6, because number 7 is Masjid al-Qiblatain. But at that site, it's a bit of a distance from Prophet Muhammad's mosque. So she actually put together a mobile unit with a carriage, with camels and horses, and she moved that mobile unit to the site of the trench, the Battle of the Trench, which was the 29-day war with Salman al-Farisi, and she set up this tent again for the same purpose during that war, which was, of course, was successful. This is a more closer view of Khayma al-Rufaida, as you can see, open on one side to make sure that there was ventilation. Now, what is very interesting that we found in our historical research is that not only did she do that in terms of soldiers during times of war, during peacetime, she trained other women to read and write, including Aisha, the mother of the believers. So let's just pause for a moment, those of you who are Muslims, and imagine we have something like 2,000 hadiths from Aisha, may Allah be pleased with her. And to think about it, Rufaida, a nurse, taught her how to read and write, and that's why today we have those hadiths. And we talk about recruitment and retention, there she was doing it. And so as she was engaging with them, teaching them how to read and write, and they were answering questions, she started to identify the talent, and she started to recruit them as young girls and as young women to become nurses. So there you have already your nurse interns, your nurse residents, your new graduates going on to practicing nurses. What Rufaida also did during peace times that struck her, she thought, hang on. When she looked at the widows and she looked at the orphans and she looked at some of the people on the periphery of Yathrib, which then became Medina, she realized that those that were poor, were very poverty-stricken, also had higher prevalence of disease. And she made the first connection between resolving social problems that were associated with disease. So then she guided the Ansar women, let us first improve the socioeconomic status of these widows, of these orphans, and by so doing, we decrease the incidence of healthcare. Of course, more research to be done, but it is there and documented. And she assisted children in need, cared for orphans, and helped poor people till the end of her life. So what do we take from Rufaida in terms of this conference to reflect on leadership excellence, transformation, and innovation? Firstly, from the analysis of the data, we found out that one, many of the actions described in the history were nurse-focused actions. She realized that developing the staff and developing human potential, which is my attraction to Rufaida, she realized by developing them and their potential, she would then make sure she takes care of the injured, the sick, the poor. So she had a set of actions which we categorized in a topic theme as nurse-focused actions. And that is the first code of nursing, the training school, etc. Secondly, we realized that Rufaida had patient-focused actions because she made sure they had drinking water. She made sure there was ventilation. She made sure on the field of the soldiers, when they were injured, she began to triage them long before CITAS, the Canadian triage assessment system. She was triaging them. And if she saw that they were close to death, this is what is so amazing. She began to say the Shahada in the right ear of the soldiers so that they could die as believers. Subhanallah. And those that were walking wounded, she got them off the battlefield. And those that needed to be cared for, she made sure that the Ansar women that she had trained were now responding to them. So therefore, it was patient-focused actions. And lastly, there was a system focus. Because when she went to the war, she organized things to the extent that we found historical manuscript evidence in Arabic to show us that Rufaida got the spoils of war equal to the men. So don't tell me about empowerment and about Muslim women and Arab women being suppressed. There was Rufaida 1,400 years ago already taking care of reading and writing. So we can say this to Afghanistan. Reading and writing is part of it. Number two, part of the system focus was the fact that she was setting up a system with Rasulullah ﷺ to make sure that as the injured soldiers came back, so she had a system by which then water came forward to feed and hydrate the soldiers. I think I'm going to need water. Subhanallah. You can see I'm now excited for two reasons. My favorite topic, and of course because Mr. Ahmed Hassawi walked in. So she was system focused, and when we begin to look at how she taught girls to read and write, then she selected from them to become recruited as nurses. Then she taught them how to nurse. Then when they reached a certain level of competency, she took them to the back of the lines of war. So she had a whole system going. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, Rufaida started at the age of 22, 23. Subhanallah. She was ahead of her time. The other emergent themes that came out from the evidence was the fact that Rufaida was an efficient organizer, and that supports the topic themes that I've just mentioned, the three topic themes. So I'm just going to repeat the three topic themes because you can see where the emergent themes fit in. The first topic theme is she was nurse focused. So she got her nurses developed in such a way, so that's what you do in orientation, and that's what you do in nursing education, and that's what you do with the ongoing staff development. Then she moved to patient-focused actions, and that's the second topic category, where she was focused on making sure the patients were hydrated, and she took care of them on the battlefield, and as well as in peacetime, where she had a mobile unit. And the third, of course, was the systems action. And these were the 5 predominant themes that emerged. She was an efficient, highly efficient organizer. That's why Prophet Muhammad ﷺ named the tent Khayma al-Rufaida. She was a clinical practice teacher. She actually went to the bedside with the soldiers, teaching at the bedside. So she was at the clinical front line. Number 3, she was an effective communicator. She actually got the Ansar women to organize their homes as well as come forward and volunteer to support the development of the soldiers and the tent. Community care, she took care to the patients. And finally, as I mentioned, the spiritual care. There was a time when one of the Sahaba was injured, and Prophet Muhammad ﷺ realized that the end of his life was coming near, but he wasn't so sure when it was going to happen. And he gave instructions, and this is in the evidence. He gave instructions, take this Sahaba, take him to Khayma al-Rufaida. Rufaida knows what to do. There was no physical care that the Sahaba needed anymore. Sahaba, for those of you who are not Muslim, is the same like in Christianity you have disciples, the ones that followed Jesus, or Isa alayhi salam as we say. So Sahaba is the same. So one of them, a prized follower of Prophet Muhammad sallam, and he was taken to the tent of Rufaida, and she gave him spiritual care. And here is the beginning of Islamic humanism. Islamic humanism. And that's the chapter that I've just written on, focusing on Rufaida and Islamic humanism, how she focused on mercy and compassion in providing care. So the nursing is a profession of compassion that was endorsed by Prophet Muhammad sallallahu. And that was the conclusion we came to in our research. Which other profession across the world can you say was endorsed by Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam? And so those of you who are perhaps not Muslim, those of you who have come to work here in the land of the two holy mosques in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, a very special welcome to the land where nursing was started more than 1,400 years ago. So I'm hoping that when the paper is published, I will circulate it to Ms. Basant, and so that you can actually get the data. So the current historical evidence, these are some pictures. The top, I took them 3 months ago. The bottom, you may, if you've been to Medina, you will recognize Masjid Salman al-Farisi. That was what it looked like from the Ottomans' time. And Prince Mohammed bin Salman, with the Historical Council, he has had the Heritage Council, they have restored, and this is the same masjid at the top, and this is what it's looking like. And I got permission to go inside from the Heritage Council because they are still fixing it and they are restoring it to some of its original constructions. So ladies and gentlemen, what lessons do we take from Rufaida? Now I've looked at the program and I see Dr. Sandy Lovering, Dr. Heba, a few people after me in this talk are going to focus on transformation. They're going to focus on leadership. And so I thought, as the first person to kick off, and I apologize because I have my next conference in Bahrain, so I'm traveling straight after the conference. I have your permission? Is that okay? Yeah. I'd love to stay with you, but I cannot because Bahrain also have invited me. And the point being that before we begin to look at what the other distinguished guest speakers are going to talk about, including tomorrow, Mr. Hassawi, Dr. Abdikani, we need to pause for a moment. Whether you're Muslim, whether you're Hindu, whether you are Christian, it does not matter. Because the lessons from Rufaida are all about self-empowerment. And this is what I'm about to share with you. How do you empower yourself when sometimes the current reality of nursing looks like this, doesn't it? It looks like a souk. You look at it and you think, oh my gosh, they tell me I must think critically. Then they tell me I must think creatively. Then I have to be persistent. And all of these characteristics of management, all these characteristics of transformation, all these characteristics of striving for excellence, of improving. Yes, we want magnet. Yes, we want accreditation, etc., etc. And this, ladies and gentlemen, belongs across the world. It's a reality globally in nursing, and it's a reality locally in nursing. And how do you actually respond to this when sometimes, I always say sometimes my brain is like shakshuka, scrambled eggs in the morning, because there's so many things happening in your brain, and therefore you have to make your to-do list. You have to have some type of prioritization, but it goes back to leadership excellence. How do you strive for leadership excellence? Someone else is not going to make you a leader. Let me repeat that. Someone else is not going to make you a leader. Leadership is from within. It's about how you choose to be empowered. What happened during COVID? A very interesting thing happened during COVID pandemic. Certain things were forced upon us that we did. Suddenly PPEs, suddenly hand washing, suddenly someone coughed, you jumped. Cough etiquette. I certainly hope, dear colleague nurses, that what we were forced to do in COVID, we now must do because we believe in it, and we must do it on our own initiative. We shouldn't be forced. Circumstances should not force us. That's extrinsic motivation. We should be intrinsically motivated and believe that what we are doing, we need to do to prevent the next viral outbreak or the next pandemic. And we've had MERS in Saudi Arabia. In Jazan, we've had Rift Valley fever. So we don't know when the next pandemic is going to come. May Allah keep us all safe and healthy. But we must be prepared. And that's what Rufaida teaches us. She was prepared so that when the next war came, she didn't have to say, oh my gosh, I don't have nurses. We have nursing shortage. No. She was training the nurses during peace times, and when the next war came, she took them to the front line. And therefore, it is about the front line being empowered. It's about leading change, driving information, gaining commitment, and overcoming barriers. And yes, this is your environment or your milieu for leadership excellence. But I want to get to leadership excellence starts with you. Don't ever for a moment think you are not a leader. At that situation where you are interacting with the patient, at that situation where you're interacting with a student nurse or a nurse resident or a new graduate, that is your point of leadership, because in that situation you are leading. Because what is leading? Leading is influencing. We can have long definitions and very sophisticated and complex definitions. But for me, leadership is about the ability to influence change of behavior and influence a change in response so that we improve the human condition. We improve human beings as we go forward. So self-leadership is about being able to lead yourself. Because if you cannot lead yourself, how can you lead others? You cannot. So you have to. You are the first. You are the number one person for leadership. You are the number one person to get out of bed on time. You are the number one person to make sure you're not going to be late. You are the number one person to make sure you don't come back late from the break. You are the number one person to make sure you're not leaving the unit 45 minutes before the end of the shift, because you are leading yourself. No one needs to be looking at you. You don't need a CCTV when you are doing self-leadership. You are led from yourself. And this is core to what Rufaida did. She had influence and impact because she had the intention. We call this niyyah in Arabic. She had the intention. She was self-confident. She went with the women to Prophet Muhammad and said, Prophet of Allah, this is what we need to do to save lives. And you know what the Quran says? If you save one life, it's as if you have saved all of mankind. So she went and she made sure that they were going to decrease the number of fatalities from the wars. Number two is that self-awareness, knowing how you connect with others. And therefore she developed the first code of conduct, because she was able to tell the nurses how to conduct yourselves when you go into the war, in the battlefield, and you're away from the tent and you're away from her eyes, so that you conduct yourself in a way that is fitting a nurse. And thirdly is self-efficacy. You knew that whatever you delivered as a self-empowered leader, you did it effectively and efficiently, and that brings together self-efficacy. There are four fundamental leadership cores. I have 5 minutes left. I even time myself. There are four fundamental leadership skills. Number one, the self-awareness, Rufaida. Communication, Rufaida. We found this in the research. Influence, Rufaida. She influenced the Prophet of Islam, to the extent that she even taught his wives, like Aisha, may Allah be pleased with her, how to read and write, as well as the young women. And then the learning agility. So she was able to adapt her teaching according to what the situation demanded. And that's what agility is about, is being able to move, to adjust a situation. There are 10 leadership skills: inspire and motivate. Not just inspire, but inspire and motivate. Influence and persuade. Because sometimes we almost stop halfway. We don't go the full way. We think, oh yes, I want to inspire others, I want to influence others, I must communication. No, and this is why these 10 leadership skills are very special, because it's got the completion component. Inspire and motivate. Influence and persuade. Communicate and listen. How often the patients talk to us, and sometimes we are walking out of the room and the patient's still talking. Develop and delegate. Sometimes we want to do everything ourselves, and then we find we're not able to finish the care at the end of the shift. Display integrity. Have a clear vision. Innovate and create. Display self-belief. Commit completely. Not just commit. Commit completely. And the fact that we challenge ourselves and take risks. And this definition of self-leadership says it all. Self-leadership is actively developing a confident sense of who you are, taking ownership of what you do, and being intentional about where you are going. Leadership starts with reflection. And I'm going to speed up now because of the time, because I want to get to the leadership excellence and show you the diamond model of leadership. And of course, Ms. Basant can circulate my presentation. It's free for you to read later. Leadership excellence, the ability to do more than is expected, does not come from influencing others to do something they are not committed to do, but rather to nurture the culture that motivates and even excites individuals to do what is required so that more people benefit. And that is the number one focus on leadership excellence. In conclusion, and this is especially for Mr. Ahmed Hassawi, I promised him, and that's why he's here, so especially to learn about this model. Kustenbaum in 2018, he wrote about the inner side of greatness. He didn't call it self-leadership, but he wrote about it. And if we look at the north, there's the vision, all right? So this is finding your true north. On the right-hand side, you've got ethics, yameen. It's doing what is right. On the left is the reality. The reality always, that's where it's red, where the reality is always what shakes us. And deep down inside of us in the south is the courage to do what is right. And when we've got vision, ethics, reality, and courage in balance, then we have discovered the greatness of self-empowerment and the greatness of self-leadership within ourselves. And so vision, courage, reality, and ethics is very important, because if your ethics are undeveloped, then the greatness doesn't shine. If you're not facing reality and you're constantly avoiding reality, or you're stuck to the ideal situation, then your greatness is also not known. If you don't have a vision, you can't be great. And if you don't have courage like Rufaida, you cannot transform and make innovation in the place that you find yourself. And for each of them, as I close, I have given you how to refresh your vision orientation by practice reflection, by cultivating systemic perspectives, finding out about others. Don't wait for Magnet to be a date. Go and know about Magnet beforehand and let Magnet become part of your vision, and set aside your courage. So vision north, courage in the south. Your ability to be an advocate and stand up for what you believe is right. You're willing to stand up for what is the correct way to do it, even when others may mock you or define your responsibility towards the vision. Having the reality to know that whatever I have to face, this is the reality. We all lived through COVID-19. That was our reality, and everything changed, and we did what was necessary. And finally, the ethics. Whether you're Christian, Hindu, Muslim, all religions are governed by ethics of doing what is right. First, do no evil. We do not do anything to cause harm to other individuals. So the way forward in greatness is to refresh your vision, expand your courage, develop your reality, and strengthen your ethics. And in this way, you achieve the diamond in the center. And that is the greatness. When you have the north, the south, the east, and the west well developed. And take note what Kustenbaum says, Peter Kustenbaum, what he says at the bottom in his 2018 edition. He says, the mind, when stretched to a new idea, never goes back to its original dimension. You may even find you outgrow your friends. You may outgrow some of your colleagues because you are moving at another level. What is the take-home message to you? How does Rufida influence me today? And that's on the 3 levels that's in the conference. Leadership excellence, which she was. Transformation, which she was. Innovation, she developed the first mobile unit, and she took care to the field. So in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, now you may think, oh, I'm not Saudi. I work here in the land of the two holy mosques. But I can tell you, when you take your ATM card and you put your ATM card in that machine, at the end of the month, guess what you get? Rials. Right? So don't tell me that Vision 2030 is not your business. Vision 2030 is your business. Vision 20 is for everyone working in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to make sure we have a vibrant society, a thriving economy, and an ambitious nation. And so therefore, we bring together excellence with all those skills. And I end with this. We are what we repeatedly do. Excellence. Therefore, excellence is not an act. Excellence is actually a habit. Let's go out and develop that habit. I thank you for your attention.
So looking forward, thank you very much, Professor. So from our audience, before we will proceed to our next speaker, do you have any question for Professor Bodrick?
Thank you, Prof. Thank you very much for the very inspiring lecture. You said that you are going to give the lecture for me, but I will sell it for them. Huh? I will not give it for free. Thank you very much for the inspiring lecture. And I have a comment rather than a question. Are you agree with me that the core point of the self-empowerment is the self-awareness? So I have to have a first self-awareness. I have to be aware about myself. Then this self-awareness will guide me to lead me to the self-empowerment, or to lead me to what to do, because I know very well myself, and I need your comment about that.
Very interesting question. So if I can sum up the question is, how do you embrace that self-awareness? How do you embrace the self-empowerment, self-leadership? So there are 2 ways. Firstly, by reading knowledge. You've seen the number of references, but sometimes reading doesn't help. And there's something that we do now in the 21st, going into the 22nd century, and that's mentoring and coaching. And so at the university, King Saud University, where I teach PhD nursing, I don't refer to myself as a lecturer, because that's an antiquated way. I refer to myself as the learning facilitator and coach. So I facilitate learning, which is the mentoring part, and coach, because I can see someone struggling. And I had someone, and I'll just briefly, without mentioning her name, but I have permission to share her story. She came to the class very angry at her organization because they hadn't signed her for the PhD program, and they hadn't transferred the money and everything, and she just erupted, almost like tsunami or like Hawaii volcano. And when she was finished, I realized there were things that I needed to do. And so I waited till everyone left the class, because I teach on Monday evenings until 11 o'clock. And as the others left, I just got her to stay behind. And then I entered into 6 contracts with her for coaching. Now, she's coaching others. And that was 2 years ago. So it's about passing on, and that's what my passion is developing others. When you develop others, subhanallah, you then see the joy of self-leadership and self-empowerment. And then lastly, whether you are Christian, Hindu, but of course I'm saying this to Muslims, never think you can do it by yourself. You do it with your head to the ground. Praying. Very important. Sometimes we think that we can do it with our own emotion, with our own mental resources, and we can't. Before I came down from the room, I first made 2 rak'ah and put my head to the ground and I said, Allah, I don't know what I need to say today. Guide my lips and my tongues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lord. Okay, thank you.
Do we have any other questions for Prof? So there's none. So thank you once again, Professor Budrick, for that very inspirational and motivational presentation.
Okay, so let's proceed to our next presenter. So she has many years of international nursing experience in health executive management, clinical practice, education, and nursing research. She is a nurse theorist for the Crescent of Care nursing model and holds advanced certification in transcultural nursing and is a fellow of the Transcultural Nursing Society Scholars. She holds a bachelor in nursing from Canada, a master's in health management in New Zealand, and a doctorate in health sciences from the University of Sydney, Australia. She was a nurse executive in Saudi Arabia from 1993 to 2020. With the most recent 15 years of Executive Director, Nursing Affairs at King Faisal Specialist Hospital, and that led to the first hospital in Saudi Arabia and the GCC to achieve the ANCC Magnet Hospital Recognition Award in 2013, and successfully the redesignation in 2018. She received the Princess Mona Al Hussein Award for her outstanding contribution to the international nursing. She is a nursing consultant for Nursing Consulting Partners with specialist expertise in supporting international hospitals to develop nursing excellence and achieve the ANCC Magnet Designation accreditation. As a transformational nursing leader in the Middle East, she is passionate about assisting hospitals to transform their practice environments, raise the bar of excellence in nursing practice, and change the image of the nursing in the region. So let's all welcome Ms. Sandy, Dr. Sandy Lovering. She will be discussing about transformational leadership, excellence through partnerships.
I would like to thank Dr. Sulaiman Faqih Hospital Nursing. I would like to thank Dr. Sulaiman Faqih Hospital Nursing Leadership for asking me to share my experience of transformational leadership, achieving excellence through partnership. My name is Dr. Sandy Lovering. Many of you know me over the years for my role in leading King Faisal Specialist Hospital and Research Center in Jeddah to be the first hospital in the GCC to achieve Magnet designation since 2013. I now continue to support hospitals in the Greater Middle East to achieve Magnet designation through my consulting practice with Nursing Consulting Partners. Today I'm going to share my experience in growing as a transformational leader, the meaning of partnership, and how partnership at all levels leads to nursing excellence. The goals today are to explore how transformational leadership and professional governance achieves excellent outcomes through partnership and shared decision making. And I'm going to share examples of how leaders and nurses partnering leads to these excellent outcomes. So far you've heard me mention Magnet, you've heard me mention nursing excellence, so let's talk about what this really means. The American Nurse Credentialing Center Magnet Recognition Program recognizes organizations for nursing excellence. These organizations demonstrate or outperform benchmarks for patient outcomes, nurse satisfaction, and organization outcomes. And because a hospital is a great work environment that honors nursing professional practice, these hospitals attract and retain a qualified nursing workforce. Now, magnet designation is really the gold standard of nursing. The first hospital to be awarded magnet designation was in 1990, and currently there are about just over 600 hospitals, primarily in the United States, who have achieved and currently hold magnet designation. Now that's just about 6% of U.S. hospitals, and there are 13 international hospitals that have also achieved magnet designation. Now, magnet is not JCIA. See, JCIA is great. It focuses on the whole organization, structures, and processes, where magnet focuses on nursing excellence, and it's about the outcomes. It's not just about having structures and process in place. It's really about demonstrating that you truly are in that realm of excellence. So this is the magnet model. I call it the roadmap for nursing excellence. The magnet model really defines the elements that need to be present for an organization to achieve magnet designation. So the first component is transformational leadership, and this is where transformational leaders lead by vision and strategy. They advocate for nursing, they influence the organization, and are visible and accessible to nurses. In structural empowerment, nurses are empowered for professional nursing practice through a professional governance structure and professional development activities, as well as community involvement. And this is where you have knowledgeable, competent nurses delivering on excellent outcomes. Exemplary professional practice uses the professional practice model, will guide the nurses to deliver excellent patient and nurse outcomes through shared decision making, interprofessional collaboration, and performance improvement. While new knowledge, innovations, and improvements is where nurses generate new knowledge through research and use evidence-based practice to change and innovate at the bedside. And in the middle you see empirical outcomes, and really the transformational leadership, structural empowerment, exemplary professional practice, and new knowledge and innovations all deliver on empirical outcomes. So where can we look for inspiration that magnet designation can be achieved in the GCC? First off, King Faisal Specialist Hospital and Research Center in Jeddah, first designated in 2013, second designation 2018, and they've currently completed their magnet documents that have been accepted and headed for their third designation after site visit in March 2023. King Faisal Specialist Hospital and Research Center in Riyadh, first designated 2014, redesignated 2019, and I know they're writing their documents now to head for their third submission for designation in 2023. Cleveland Clinic Abu Dhabi, first designation 2019. King Fahd Specialist Hospital Dammam, first designation in 2020. So you've heard me talk about a couple of different terms. You've heard me talk about transformational leadership. I've talked about nursing excellence. I've talked about partnership. So I thought I would put a bit of a framework here together about the terms and how they're all going to fit together in this presentation. So the first thing I want to start with is partnership. Well, what do we mean by partnership? You know, and I had to really do some thinking about, well, what really does partnership mean when we're talking about, you know, partnership within, you know, nursing leadership, transformational leadership. So I thought about, well, here's a great way to look at it. Let's talk about designing a bias and selling a bias. So we've got two friends. One friend is a wonderful fashion designer for a bias. She makes a bias and sells them to her friends. Very, very, very popular. But right now she's just working out of her house. And then she has another friend this other friend is an influencer and has also got a degree in marketing. And the two of them have this vision that they could be the premier abaya designer fashion house in the Middle East. They've each got their own respective expertise. One is fashion design and making abayas, and the other, she's got the marketing background, the business background. So they form a partnership. So bringing their respective expertise, they have this common vision, but what holds this partnership together will be the shared decision making. That's the glue that will hold this partnership together. So now that we've got the concept of partnership, we're going to talk about transformational leadership, where transformational leadership provides a professional practice model, uses strategy, puts in quality and patient safety structures, and EVP and research structures and processes. And then we have professional governance or shared governance, which is about professional nursing practice by clinical nurses, based on the principles of partnership, equity, accountability both for your own and being accountable to others for your practice, and owning your practice. So let's now move to, what difference does this make? So what? So what about transformational leadership, professional governance, and partnership? It's all about the empirical outcomes. Outcomes by data. So one is, what about the patient outcomes? So transformational leadership and shared governance, professional governance, is about achieving excellent patient outcomes. These are clinical indicators like CLABSI, COWT, VAP, HAPI, FALS, for example. It's also about outcomes for patient satisfaction. Outcomes for the professional practice environment, so that would be nurse satisfaction, or decreasing nurse turnover rates. And also organizational outcomes. Examples would be average length of stay, financial outcomes, bed turnover rates. How many patients are you seeing? Let's dive deeper into transformational leadership. So transformational leaders set the vision for the future, direct and inspire people to be where they need to be to achieve that vision. So transformational leadership really is about being clear, what is your vision? I love this picture of the kitten who sets the vision that she is going to be a lion. Transformational nursing leaders need to build on their strong vision through a professional practice model, through strategic planning, through designing and implementing quality and patient safety plans, and the evidence-based practice and research structures and resources. Transformational leadership is about enabling others to act and modeling the way. So it's not just about the leader, it's about enabling others to act and being that role model. So when you talk about transformational leadership, we need to talk about shared values and partnership. So shared values and a relationship based on partnership between the nurse leader and the direct care nurses provides the foundation to transform the nursing leader, the direct care nurse, and the organization. And remember, when we talked about partnership, I talked about you have leaders and we have clinical nurses. There is a partnership, so each has their own areas of expertise, just like the abaya women who had expertise in design and expertise in business. We have transformational leaders who have expertise in the field of transformational leadership and organizations, and clinical nurses who are expert at the practice at the bedside. It's shared decision making and shared values that holds the partnership together between leader, nurse, and organization. And it's not just about transforming the nurse, the leader, or the organization. The whole becomes transformed through this partnership. So I now want to share with you my transformational leadership journey. And I'm going to take you back to May 2007. Now that's when we started, when I was chief nurse at King Faisal. We developed the vision that we wanted to become the first magnet organization in the Middle East. So we had this vision to achieve magnet. But to be honest, we had no idea, no clue. So we had a lot of learning to do on where do you start. And so I worked with two head nurses, and I realize now, at this time, even then, it was a partnership. I worked with Fiona Haynes and Tracy Scumby. Now their role was, and their expertise, was to go and figure out shared governance. So I said, go figure shared governance out. We need to have shared governance. So they went to, Tim Porter O'Grady's work, who is the father of shared governance. And they started talking about partnerships. And I'm thinking, what the heck? Partnership? What does this mean? Like, what's this really mean? Like, how is it really going to work here? So I knew that I needed to define partnership for myself and what it was going to mean for me as a transformational leader. And that's when I came up with the idea that you had, two partners. Like, I think at the time I talked about it being a garage, the one with the money and the one with the expertise with the common vision. Now I have to say I like my Abaya example much more now. Much nicer to have, building a fashion house for Abayas. But that aside, once I figured out what partnership would mean, I needed to translate that to the organization and to the shared governance. So it was really about getting in my mind what is partnership between leaders and clinical nurses. And so here you see on the screen here, I'm going to talk first about partnership within your council structure. So I'm chairing the Nurse Executive Council. And our Nurse Executive Council was not an operational council. This was the council where all of the central councils, as we termed them, came together, the chairs of the central council. So these are the chairs of Practice and Quality, Professional Development, the Ethics Council, the Nurse Management Council, the Shared Governance Council, for example. And so we all came together, once a month to hear about the work of the councils. Now, there are also unit-based councils within the units, and they all had links into those central councils. So my first question when I started thinking about partnership and what that all means is really about what and where is the voice of the clinical nurses. So my role as a transformational leader was to question, where is the voice of the clinical nurses? Where are they? Are they at the table of decision making? And so the first place we started with was our Nurse Executive Council. We said we need to have clinical nurses on our Nurse Executive Council at we call it our at-large membership. So these are nurses that were there solely to represent the voice of the clinical nurse. Now, you may have had clinical nurses chairing these other central councils, but we wanted to ensure that you always had the voice of the clinical nurse at that decision-making level. And then as an executive council, we would ask the question, when we looked at the terms of reference of the central councils, we would say, where is the voice of the clinical nurse? The clinical nurse needs to be at the decision-making table of each and every council. And so that's one way of ensuring a partnership between leadership and nurses, clinical nurses, is that you actually sit at the table and you have equitable and input into decisions, as well as ownership of the decisions. So that's one way where the partnership happens. It's being at the table and making decisions together. The second place is how do you exercise that partnership in practice? So as an example, I started changing the way I thought about, where we made decisions and how we made decisions. And for example, I recall our organization was looking at surgical site infections. And, you know, it was targeted just in a couple of the ORs, a couple of OR specialties where our surgical site infection rate was, you know, not good, not as good as the benchmark. And so we had to take some, you know, quality improvement action. So I asked infection control, who had the grand, you know, oversight of this and was leading the initiative. I said, look, come with me to the clinical nurses. So we asked to and met with the clinical nurses, the charge nurses of these different operating rooms, with the nurse clinicians, the head nurse, and they came with a plan that they had discussed in their unit-based council for how they could address infection control practices within their ORs. But we also talked about what was being asked of other disciplines. And so some of the issues had to do with some of the practices by our surgeons, or others coming into the operating room, for example, not wearing their masks, or the surgeons insisting on, you know, cleaning with betadine instead of chlorhexidine, whatever infection control was recommending at the time. And so the partnership we had was me saying, we support you in what you're doing, but what do you need me to do as a leader for you to be successful? What do you need me to do to support you in your practice? One of the things they said is, we need you to talk to the medical director about the practice of this surgeon, or the behavior of this surgeon, or we need your support for us so that when we are asked to stand up and say, no, you can't enter the OR without a mask, that we will be supported and we won't be bullied by the people that are wanting to enter without their masks. So that's what we call partnership, when, you know, the clinical nurses own their practice, but we as leaders own our part of supporting them in their practice. So my message here is that nurses need to be at the table, and clinical nurses be part of the decision making around clinical practice. And also, as a transformational leader, you need to transform yourself first before you ask that of others. So I'm now going to talk about and move along and talk about, well, what is a professional practice model? Because that's one of the other elements of transformational leadership. And so a professional practice model is, as you see here, a schematic design of, it's really a description or a system phenomena about how nurses practice, collaborate, communicate, and develop so that we provide great care. And so you see here, I put here the Dr. Faqih Hospital Nursing Professional Practice Model, and I've had the wonderful opportunity to work with the team here with their model as we write their magnet documents. So how does this explain their nursing? So what you see is around the outer part of the model is their mission, vision, and their values that supports their practice. In the center of the model, you can see is the patient and the family. So we know that patient-centered care and exemplary professional practice and outcomes is really the core of the business of nursing at Dr. Faqih Hospital. And they do this through transformational leadership, shared governance, quality and safety, and evidence-based practice and innovation within a context of global health and the community. So you see how I've just described what's important to the practice of nursing at DSFH. So two other examples just to give you an idea of what others will do, because everybody has their own professional practice model, because it's what is derived from their mission, vision, values, and their and where they're going. So this is the PPM, as we call it, from the King Faisal Specialist Hospital Research Center in Jeddah, and this is the PPM that they've had, you know, since the beginning of their magnet journey, the first PPM that they designed. And they've taken a bit of a different approach here, because what you see is, you see the golden threads, as they call it, is shared governance and evidence-based practice. So that's really the foundation of practice at King Faisal Jeddah. They support it with professional development through a well-designed care delivery system, and they have a nursing model called the Crescent of Care nursing model, which really directs nurses on how to care for their patients in a culturally appropriate way. Now, in a different way, King Fahd put their council structure within their PPM. Now, this isn't the usual way of doing it, but at the time it was developed, they wanted to really say, okay, this is how we do shared governance with unit councils at the center. Here's another example of professional practice model from the King Hussein Cancer Center, Jordan. Again, a team that I've been recently working with. Now, their model looks very different to others, to the two I've just shown you. And here they're very explicit, and they have their mission, vision, and values right on their model. On the left-hand side, you can see they have the patient at the center of the model, supported by shared governance, EBP, interdisciplinary collaborative relationships, and they also have recognition and awards, a positive practice environment, and professional development as part of their structure and processes, leading to exemplary outcomes, quality improvement, retaining their nurses, disseminating new knowledge, and good resource utilization. So we've just talked about professional practice model. The next element of transformational leadership is about how you use strategic planning to drive this shared vision from the boardroom to the bedside. So here I've put up again Solon Faki's nursing professional practice model. And when you drive vision and you drive strategy from boardroom to bedside, you have to start with, and they would start with, the Faqih Care Organization strategic goals, the hospital-specific strategic goals, which would then come down to nursing department goals, which are driven by, I call bidirectional. You have goals that are driven from the organization, and you also have goals that will be driven from the PPM. And then the next level is to then drive that down to the level of the unit. I'm now going to give a real live example about transformational leadership partnerships in strategy and goal setting. And this is a real live example of how we use goal setting to drive performance at King Faisal Specialist Hospital on our magnet journey. So every year, the organization set goals, and the nursing executive with the clinical nurses, that's our Nurse Executive Council, we set our nursing affairs goals for the year. We then held a strategic goal setting day with all of the central councils, which included all of the unit-based council chairs, clinical nurses, to set goals for the central councils. And then another goal-setting session was held with all of the unit-based council, the chairs, the co-chairs, and their council members. And they set the goals for their units for the year. So let's look at how an example of driving an organization goal to a unit-specific goal. So the organization goal was to develop world-leading healthcare and research. One of the nursing affairs goals was to achieve better than the mean in 3 out of 4 quarters for happy stage 2 and above, falls with injury, CAUTI, and CLABSI. So nursing affairs, we were setting the expectation that we were going to be better than the bench, better than the mean in 3 out of 4 quarters for our clinical indicators. Now this unit is our 24-hour admission unit. They sat and looked at that goal and said, now what does this mean for us at the unit level? So they looked at their data and they said, look, we're doing great in falls and CAUTIs and CLABSIs, they're not having any infections there, but they have had a couple of happies. So they set a goal to outperform 3 out of 4 quarters for happy stage 2 by the end of the year, by the end of December for that year. So this was their quality goal. A second part to our partnership in strategy and goal setting, and towards the nursing affairs vision to achieve magnet designation, is the unit's councils were asked to set 4 goals around one around quality, one around the work environment, one around professional development, and one around patient satisfaction. So they would look at, under the work environment is about RN, or rather nurse satisfaction. So this council said, looked at their RN satisfaction results from the previous year and said, look, we need to improve our nurse-to-nurse interactions. So they did a project on that. When they looked at their professional development goal, they said, no, we want our nurses to have an opportunity to complete the online modules and or attend workshops. And for the patient satisfaction goal, they looked at their patient satisfaction results, the press gaining results, and they set out a goal to achieve 90% patient satisfaction rate for unit discharge education. So you can see how we drive, we're demonstrating partnership because you've got alignment between the organization and nursing affairs and the units, and everyone's moving in the same direction. And remember, when we talk partnership, everybody's around the same goal, the same vision, and each are bringing their contributions from their respective perspectives. And so I actually, my view here and experience is by using goal setting this specific, really help drive performance at King Faisal Specialist Hospital. And they have absolutely and continue to have wonderful, excellent results. They're excellent patient care and nurse outcomes. So here I ask the question, who leads professional nursing? Who creates the structures to support the nurse's professional practice environment? So this is the nurse leaders. So we think, normally when we think about organizations and nursing administration, you think, well, they're the organization people, but really, as nurse leaders, we're leading the profession of nursing. And we do this first by setting the vision, the strategy, and the goals, as we've already talked about. We make sure and we design with the clinical nurses the professional practice model, and we live that professional practice model at an organizational and a unit level. We support the professional governance structure. We put structure and resources around patient safety and quality. We put structure and resources around EBP and research because the units cannot do quality, patient safety, EBP, and research unless they have support. Organization, the nurse leaders are responsible for the budgeting and the resources and acquiring resources and for managing interdisciplinary partnerships. So let's think about nurse leaders as not only leading the profession of nursing, but providing the organization support for nursing practice and professional practice to thrive. So I'm going to leave our session here on transformational leadership and move now into professional governance or shared governance. So what is this? What's this professional or shared governance? And I want to just say, it started by being called shared governance, but in more recent years, professional governance is the more accurate description, where professional governance is defined as a professional practice structure for shared decision making based on the principles of partnership, equity, accountability, and ownership. And Tim Porter O'Grady really is, as I mentioned earlier, the father of professional governance or shared governance. Professional governance or shared governance puts the responsibility, the authority, and the accountability for practice-related decisions into the hands of the individuals who will operationalize decision. So it puts responsibility, authority, and accountability for practice at the bedside, where it's performed by clinical nurses. So, who owns the professional practice environment? The nurses, of course. You do that through shared decision making with a focus on practice, quality, and patient safety, a focus on the practice environment in which you work, through nursing competence, managing your team relationships, through peer review, and being data-driven. So let's look at the Faqih Care Nursing Shared Governance model. And specifically, let's look at how they have designed their UBCs. So within a nursing unit, they actually have, I would call them 5 sub-councils. One for resource utilization, one for quality and patient safety, one for professional development, another for new knowledge and resources, and another for person-centered care. And so they have, through this, actualized their nursing unit accountability for patient satisfaction, nurse satisfaction through their person-centered care. They look at quality and patient safety issues. They address the professional development needs of their staff. They look at generating new knowledge and research on what's the best practice. And they also look at resource utilization as it impacts on practice. So your unit councils is where shared decision making happens, and it's direct care nurses making the decisions. The role of the nurse manager, clinical resource nurse, is that of facilitator resource to the work of the unit council. So what is the outcome? The outcome of these partnerships between transformational leadership and professional governance are empirical outcomes. And what I'm going to do now is share with you some wonderful examples of how nurses at all levels have partnered to achieve empirical outcomes. First of all, I'd like to thank Kadra Omar, Acting Chief Nursing Officer at Solomon Faqih Hospital, and Shaibi Joseph, Magnet Program Director, for giving me permission to share these examples on this presentation. And this is really just a showcase of the great work being done by the Faqih nurses and what we're going to show in their Magnet documents that really demonstrate the outstanding work being done through partnership at all levels of nursing within Solomon Faqih. So the first example is where clinical nurses partner with a nursing director, and this comes from the pediatrics unit. And they had a problem and were working on reducing their falls rates for some time. And the chair of the Quality Patient Safety, UBC, Margaret, the team had been looking at strategies to reduce falls, like using non-slip socks with the kids, a video on falls prevention, putting posters for falls prevention on the side rails. And she went to her director, Jamaica, and said, we need some more help. We need, can you help us, come up with more solutions? So Jamaica went to the nurse managers, other nurse managers of maternal child health, and got together the care assistants. And they made a decision that the care assistants also needed to help with educating the parents about falls prevention. And because they're Arabic speaking, the care assistants, they're great partners within the team to work on reducing the falls on pediatrics. So the whole team, from director, manager, clinical nurses, the assistants, all came together and took responsibility for educating parents about reducing, to take actions to reduce the likelihood of their child falling. And they had a wonderful result. The second example I'm going to share is where clinical nurses partner with nursing professional development. And so this came out of the med-surg unit, where we have Irene, who is a charge nurse, had noticed and looked at the data where the codes outside ICU, so those are, your code blues outside ICU, was really quite high. And so that indicated that, patients weren't being identified soon enough as deteriorating. And so instead of getting, recognizing the signs and getting RRT to come soon, so we keep the patient stabilized and on the unit, patients were, deteriorating, and then you had to call it, a code. So she went to, and the team went to Shaibi and the professional development team and said, look, we need education more about how to identify med-surg patients that are deteriorating, what are the early signs, and also what are our roles in contacting the RRT and being part of the RRT team. So the nurse managers helped with getting their staff off to the in-service education, and you can see we have a reduction in the number of codes happening outside ICU following this intervention. The next two examples are clinical nurses partnering with the interdisciplinary team. So in the first example, both of these are out of ICU 3. Mortality and morbidity identified there was an increased rate of pneumothorax with ventilated patients. And so they sent the data to the clinical director, Kadra, and the medical director of the unit. And they in turn asked the Quality Patient Safety, UBC, to analyze the data and also with the respiratory therapy. And what they discovered is that the patients were at high risk at night because of positioning and suctioning and some incorrect ventilator alarms. So they set an action plan with the RTs and the medical staff to assist the nurse, teach the nurses to assess patients using the RASS score and make sure that they had sufficient sedation prior to suctioning and positioning, as well as needing extra support from RT and the charge nurses during bath time. And they also changed the policy so only RTs could do the ventilator settings, and they needed to inform the nurses at the bedside. So through these interventions and education, look at this, they down to 0 on patients, ventilated patients experiencing pneumothorax. So in the second example, it was actually a clinical nurse in the ICU, Sheena Lynn, who wrote to her clinical nurse director, Kadra, and said, I think we need a tracheostomy care bundle because I noticed that we've got a lot of patients being readmitted to ICU within 48 hours due to tracheostomy blockage. And so Kadra went to the VP of Quality and Compliance, and because of this, they formed an unplanned readmission to ICU task force. And when they analyzed the problem, they found that there was a lack of an interdisciplinary collaborative plan of care for tracheostomy patients. So the outcome of that intervention is an interdisciplinary plan of care was designed, which clearly, really delineated what was the role of the nurse, the physician, the RT, both in the ICU upon transfer to the floor and continuing of the care of the patient on the floor. In addition, they did education on tracheostomy care for the nurses on the inpatient units. And look at this again, great results in reducing the percentage of unplanned readmissions to ICU within 48 hours due to tracheostomy blockage down to 0. So we talk now, let's talk about nurse-to-nurse partnership in reducing unit turnover in the cardiac care unit. And so I think it's a wonderful example where the person care-centered UBC in the cardiac care unit reviewed their Press-Ganey results for nursing turnover, and it was high, and they were really, how you suffer when you've got high turnover in your unit. And so they came together as a team with the other UBCs in their unit. So that was with the education UBCs and professional development UBC, resource utilization UBCs, to come up with a plan to reduce their RN turnover rate. And so they came up with a number of interventions around establishing nurse recognition, so that's Star of the Month and a shout-out board to say thank you within the unit. They put some education plans in place around a monthly education calendar and around career ladders. The resource utilization UBC took on nurses scheduling, so there was greater flexibility of scheduling, and that's sent to the nurse manager now. And they also asked their clinical nurse director to prioritize the new critical care arrivals to really help the cardiac care unit nurses with their shortages. And through these interventions, what a great outcome. So my last example of nurse-to-nurse partnership happened in the RDU, where they reduced venous needle displacement. So venous needle displacement is life-threatening. And so the charge nurse, Norhaina, she was on duty at the end of 2020, where there were 2 instances of venous needle displacement. And she was really concerned because she recognized the risk this was to patients, life. And so she searched for the evidence because she recognized that it was to do with the taping technique. They needed to have a consistent taping technique for the needle to prevent displacement. So she found the articles that recommended the chevron taping style. She downloaded a video. She called a Professional Development Council UBC meeting and presented the evidence and got approval to get a standardized taping technique using the chevron method. And she educated the nurses on this technique. And then, in partnership with the Quality Patient Safety Chair, ensured that they had ongoing monitoring of compliance of this technique. So again, look at these great results. 0, 0, 0, no further venous needle displacement since this intervention. Nursing excellence is a vision shared by all nurses. This vision inspires transformational leaders and clinical nurses to partner through shared decision-making to achieve nursing excellence. Thank you for allowing me to share my transformational leadership journey over the years and insights gained into transformational leadership, partnership, and professional governance.
So that ends the recorded presentation of Dr. Sandy. I think Dr. Sandy is with us via online. Dr. Sandy?
Hello, how are you today?
Hello, Doctora. So Dr. Sandy Lovering, by the way, she is our magnet consultant towards our journey to magnet for the SFH. Dr. Sandy, can you hear us?
Yes, I can, and I can see you too.
Great to have you with us online, Dr. Sandy. So let's have questions from the audience. Do you have any questions for Dr. Sandy? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Jamaica. Thank you, Dr. Sandy. Ahmed Hausawi.
Hello, Ahmed. How are you today?
How are you? It's great to see you online.
Actually,
I enjoyed the talk, and while I'm back here today with my colleagues, the Faqih Care team, I think it's also great to see the journey and this outcome. Perhaps I thought also from your capacity now as a consultant for Magnet, and with this such great gathering we have today, if you can share with us a little bit of motivational words to our nurses at Dr. Sulaiman Faqih, as far as the light of Magnet is already shining ahead. So probably how you see things going, and perhaps something that to inspire the team. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for that opportunity, Ahmed. I would really like to really congratulate the team at Dr. Sulaiman Faqih Hospital and all the wonderful work that I can see as I'm working with your Magnet documents that's being done over the years. And Ahmed, fantastic work that under your leadership to really bring shared governance and professional governance to the team, and for the team also embracing the partnerships. And what I've loved doing in working with the Magnet documents, and to those that don't really know what Magnet, the documents, what I'm talking about is we're having to write very detailed documents demonstrating the excellent work being done. And it's, as you can see by the last few slides, very specific examples of how nurses work together, to really make a difference at the bedside to patient care. And so this is really just a small snippet there. So the message I would say to the nurses at Dr. Sulaiman Faqih and to the leadership, because it's everyone working together, right, is that you're just, you're on the right track, keep it up. And I really think you're going to have a successful submission. And then you're going to be seeing, you're going to site visit at a point in the future, and that you will be designated as a magnet organization because of the work that you've got within, you've got the results, but you've got a fantastic team that are really so dedicated to really, working together and giving great care. I wish I could be there with you today, but it's a long way to travel, and as you see, I'm by the beach here in New Zealand. But I was really happy to be asked to give a presentation and just to share a little bit about my journey and changing me as a leader. And I think that's one of my other messages here. And also building on Dr. Mustafa's presentation, the first place of transformational leadership starts with yourself. Everyone can be a transformational leader, whether you're taking care of patients, whether you're taking care of nurses, whether you're leading nurses. There's a transformational leader in each one of us. You need to first change your inside to become a partner with others and to lift others along the way and to role model the way. So I hope that's, Ahmed, is that what you were, I hope that's what you were looking for, but it's truly from the heart. I really, it's been a wonderful experience working with the team there.
Hi, Dr. Sandy, how are you? This is Basant with you. I'm a staff development director, but I'm a nurse. Thank you for Mr. Ahmed. He asked you for some motivational word for Faqih because they are heavily prepared to the magnet. But I just want to ask you about the great or the correct recipes for all the other hospitals. We have here many attendees from other hospitals rather than Faqih. If we can say something like ingredients or the recipe for those that they want to start the magnet journey, how they are going to start, from which step that they have to kick off. Would you please tell us about this? Thank you.
Sure. So the first place to start is you have to, there's sort of two parts to it really. It's about, first of all, you need to understand, well, what are the elements of magnet? And so that goes to the the magnet model that I showed at the beginning of the presentation. And but as an organization, and I just go back to when I first started at King Faisal, because we really, seriously had no idea what we were doing. And I'm open about that. We had to think, well, what is transformational leadership? What is shared governance or professional governance? And I would say the two things that you really need to start with is, number one, your professional governance structure, because this is about the structure that supports professional nursing practice. And so that's, having the unit-based councils, having your shared governance central councils, the structure to support clinical nurses making decisions about nursing practice at the bedside. So professional governance structure, and then changing, everyone needs to change, whether it's the leader or whether it's the clinical nurse. It's about owning your part of practice. And the second part, you saw in my presentation, I talked about transformational leadership, doing strategic plans, quality and patient safety plans. And so that's the structure, evidence-based practice and research. So that's the structures you need to have in place that will support professional governance. So there's structure work to start, but there's also changing and putting in place professional governance so that all nurses have a voice in nursing practice and governing nursing practice. So that's the two parts, the structures as well as professional governance structures. And believing that you can do it because you can.
Once again, thank you, Dr. Sandy, for joining us today. So for now, may we call on Professor Mustafa Bodrick to please join us in the stage.
Mustafa, we have something very small for you to remind you about the headache that you gave to you, especially Basant, صح? She gave you a lot of headaches, صح? Asking you for the presentation and bio. Would you please come here, Doctor, to the stage, please?
And we'd like to ask Ms. Kadra Omar to very much, Professor Mustafa Bodrek and Dr. Sandy Lobering.
Thank you, dear beloved colleagues, and let's have 10 minutes break, and we will be back, inshallah, 11 sharp. Thank you. welcome back again. Let's resume our session. Hi dears, welcome back. As we started already our session, which is about transforming leadership, the future of the nurses. Again, I will give the lead for our chairpersons to lead the remaining of the session. We still have two interesting topics with a very eminent two speakers. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Basant. So let's present our next speaker. So she is a transformational healthcare leader with over 22 years of a unique blend of progressive healthcare experience, as well as a proven record of creating agile culture, driving change, and leading clinically and culturally diverse interdisciplinary teams within complex projects to achieve organizational goals. She obtained many internationally accredited certificates as part of her continuous professional development. She has made numerous achievements throughout her career. In 2017, she successfully completed a doctorate degree in nursing practice from Johns Hopkins University, USA. And she finished her MS Advanced Nursing Practice from University of Melbourne, Australia in 2010. And she is a graduate of BS Nursing Science from Imam Faisal Ibn Abdurrahman University. And currently, she is the appointed Deputy CEO of Dr. Suleiman Faqih Hospital in Riyadh. Please welcome Dr. Rahiba Al-Matar.
Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be with you here today as a new member of Faqih family. It's a great honor to be with a great speaker and great nursing leaders and a great nursing profession. Today I'll be talking about career ladder and specifically on leadership development. The topic about career ladder in nursing is huge. We could speak about bringing or developing more nurses that comes as a fresh graduate. We could speak about the role of advanced practice in our future in terms of family health and community health. We could also speak about the career ladder in specialties in terms of ICU, ED, and all the other specialties that's currently being developed through different nursing community that is happening now in the kingdom. However, I'll be focusing my speech today about nursing leadership and specifically nursing executive leadership. Nursing executive leadership, why I'm talking about it today, because I believe when we have able nursing leaders, they will be able to support all the nurses from front line to the middle management, to the higher management. Not only that, they will be also partners with our healthcare executive leaders to be able to lead the healthcare transformation in the kingdom. And without being able to be capable of doing that, they will not be able to contribute to our healthcare transformation and Vision 2030. I have to disclose that I'm very passionate about this topic. And yes, I want to sell you this idea, and I want you to believe in it and help me to lead it. It's not working, is it on? So I'll be speaking a little bit about Vision 2030, the key challenges of vision realization, nursing leadership demand, and the future of nursing based on the Institute of Medicine report, nursing leadership development proposal that I propose to lead with you guys to develop our future leaders. So for Vision 2030, there are 6 overarching objectives. It starts with the 3 top objectives, which is vibrant society, thriving economy, and ambitious nation. And then go further to 6 overarching objectives, which is strengthening Islamic and national identity, offer a fulfilling, healthy life, grow the economy and increase the employment, enhance government effectiveness, and enable social responsibility. And I think our giving back as nursing leader is not a choice from our side. It's a social responsibility that we give back to our country to contribute to the future of nursing. So our role to give back to the country is very important. And then it go further to 27 level 2 branch objectives and 96 level 3 strategic objective. And if you see down, the health sector transformation program logo is part of all the entities that's currently leading the whole transformation throughout the kingdom. So health sector transformation program was tasked to develop the strategy for healthcare in the kingdom, working with the health holding company and FAB to develop the future for healthcare in the kingdom, along with the Ministry of Health. They have 3 key objectives: facilitating access to healthcare, improving the quality and efficiency of healthcare services, promoting prevention of health risks, and enhancing traffic safety. Speaking about the health risk, we have a non-communicable disease that's growing in the country that requires lots of attention, and I think nursing has a huge role in all those key objectives. If we look further about the health expenditure or the current status, and it was great today to to hear today about the past or the legacy that we had with Islamic nursing. Then we spoke about some foundation of magnet to transform healthcare. And now I want to share with you the current status of healthcare. And I'll highlight certain areas that I believe as nursing, we have huge role in impacting those areas. So it's a busy slide. However, what we need to know that our health expenditure in the kingdom is very high, which we all know. And that's why Health Kingdom is developing a value-based healthcare that balance between how much we spend and the quality of care that we bring as an outcome for the patients. And that's very important for us as nurses to understand this and help lead how we really reduce the healthcare expenditure. The other thing that I want also to highlight or bring your attention to is the other trends that demand change in healthcare. We have economy that we want to thrive, and definitely we need to have a balance between how we develop and invest and how we spend. There is a huge policy and structural changes driven by the National Transformation Plan to have more privatization and localization of healthcare. And both the above 2 challenges requires full financial understanding from our part to be able to contribute to those 2 areas. We also have a change in stakeholder dynamics. We're having implication to access and pricing. And finally, the political dynamics which change the whole expansion in our how we are influencing healthcare service demand. Our population are changing, so we have more aging population. We used to have more middle age and younger population. We are now having more middle and aging population, which was totally different than the other parts of the world, where they have more aging population than younger population. This leads where we concentrate our expertise and where we focus on developing our nurses. We also gonna to face an increase in a private sector participation. So people such like me who worked on non-profit organization in Johns Hopkins Aramco Healthcare, who never has to deal with private sector and be part of profit organization. Those nurses who comes from non-profit organization or academia has to learn different set of skill and competency to be able to drive nursing for future. And that's very important angle that we need to really bring attention to and call for a drive to support this and be really prepared for the future, because if we are not prepared for that, then we will not be able to be partner in terms of healthcare leadership. Number of beds are growing, number of hospitals are growing. So by 2030, the MOH plans to privatize 295 hospitals. Can you imagine the number of nursing leaders and healthcare leaders that are required to lead this transformation? The number of beds is also growing dramatically, with almost around 30% increase since 2015. So that requires number of nurses as well as capabilities. So Health Sector Transformation Program is committed to provide integrated people-centered healthcare, and this touch base with the themes that has been discussed during the Magnet session. Invest in a private sector integration to create effective strategic partnership. Employing digital and virtual health tools and artificial intelligence to support us with our efficiencies, and achieve effective, sustainable financial resources management. As you see, the themes get repeated. We have the challenges, we have the current situation, and this would lead further to the competencies that I think nursing leaders should master to be able to be part of this transformation. So based on the Health Sector Transformation Program, there are, out of all the challenging, which is almost a 12 challenging area, there are 4 top challenges that requires really true attention from all of us. First, the effective delivery of quality of healthcare that are proven based on patient outcomes, workforce size, capabilities, and participation. And let's stop here. It's not only the size or the number of nurses, it's their capabilities, and also participation in policy making. We need to have more nurses sitting on committees that create policies for healthcare, and to be an active participant to lead this healthcare transformation. And I truly believe that we are capable. We have all the knowledge and expertise that make us understand what happens day to day in healthcare, and really put everything in a context that makes healthcare leader able to make influence. Furthermore, is the public health, which is, as I've said, the cardiovascular disease, all other non-communicable disease. And finally is the financial stabilities of healthcare system. They have 4 strategic cornerstones of having better care, which is based on what we just said now, better workforce, better health, and sustainability. We could spend a huge amount of resources to achieve very high quality healthcare. However, this is non-sustainable system. And having a sustainable system is a key to be able to continue and really be part of 2030 vision. So specifically for the workforce, there are needs for more healthcare professionals. The other goal or the initiatives to raise the ratio of clinical staff to population. Saudi Arabia, if you compare the nursing to population, comes almost very far from United States, Canada, Australia in terms of a nurse to population. Increasing productivity of healthcare staff, promoting Saudization in medical and nursing roles, increasing retention rate, and establish processes of regular reviews of clinical staff performance and safety. I'll stop at number 7, which is focusing on resources and expertise in health sector support professions, such as finance, health economics, planning, and legal field. And although we have those support staff that help us to set our business plan, our, how we are planning our service line development, and how we weigh between the high quality care and how much we spend in terms of resources, manpower, and so on. However, as a healthcare leader and a subject matter expert, if we don't have those knowledge, then we'll not be able to influence those decisions. And sitting in the table and being able to negotiate, you need to be able to have those set of skills to be able to lead it. And then it goes on with the last initiative of improving data and statistics of Saudi healthcare workforce, because of once we have the data, we'll be able to know where we stand and how we go further. I would like to share with you the Institute of Medicine report that was developed in 2010 in United States. Although it's 13 years old report, I came to learn about this report maybe in 2015. However, I still believe that it's still valid, and it really help us to prepare the future of nursing leadership to be able to transform the healthcare in Saudi Arabia. It was developed as part of healthcare reform in the United States. It was done by nursing leaders that they believe in that this is what we need in terms of nursing. And I truly think that this is a true guide on what area we should focus on as healthcare leaders. Number 1 is to make nurses to practice to the full extent of their education and training. I had very interesting chat with Mr. Ahmed a while ago, not only for nurses to practice to their full extent, but not also leaving nursing career to go to an admin career that is not even a healthcare career. Yani if they move from nursing to quality or to strategy planning or an areas that will impact healthcare career, that would be great. However, if they leave clinical care or healthcare to other admin that they really don't practice there, then they even don't practice healthcare anymore. So on top of that, we have, I know very well that some of Saudi nurses who got advanced practice nurses, they currently practice in the state as nurse practitioners. They are not able to come, they are very frustrated, they are not able to come back to the kingdom because the context or currently does not support the nurse practitioner role. And they are so eager to come back, they want to come back, and with the public health requirement, we will need those that will help with value-based healthcare. They will be most cost efficient. They are person-centered. They are trained to be person-centered. And we have huge demand, so it's our role to bring them back and make them practice to their full extent. I had very interesting discussion recently with my chief medical officer colleague about midwives practicing midwifery in the private healthcare sector. I come from an organization before private health sector where we empowered midwives, where they themselves delivered all the normal delivery, while now we are speaking and private is not accepted in the community. I've seen it. I was delivered by 3 midwives for my 3 girls. I had very satisfactory experience. So I truly don't think, we often have biases that community will not accept it, but it's us who need to change our thoughts and accept, and it's our role as nurses to role model and show what we can contribute in terms of a practice. We need nurses to achieve higher level of education and training. So, and then we speak about, and again, there are discussion about the quality of graduates and how can they contribute to the real practice. And there are lots of practice programs that help them to bridge the practice between university and practice, which is a huge thing that we should look at. But we know experience does not end by getting your master's degree or PhD or even bachelor degree. Exposure after getting the education is the key for success, which I'll speak about later. Number 3 is to be a full partners with our healthcare professionals, and here where it comes leadership and ability to partners. But you know what? We cannot partners if we don't have the skill set and the ability to influence. And definitely we need to be part of policy making to redesign the healthcare in the kingdom. Number 4, effective workforce planning and policy making and better data collection and information infrastructure. As you see, all those 4 guidelines that was provided by the Institute of Medicine is aligned with the key challenges that health transformation sector is saying that we have challenges with, is aligned with the workforce initiatives that they are already proposing. So it truly makes a value, and I recommend that all of you read the full report because it's very interesting. So the role of nurses in realizing the health care transformation objective and system leadership and using evidence-based and scientific underpinning in terms of patient outcomes, impacting healthcare policy, being able to collaborate intraprofessionally, and having also a huge part in clinical prevention, population health, as well as information technology, which is the future. And again, as you see, this is exactly match the recommendation that comes from Health Sector Transformation Program, and it really provide us a map on how we move into the future. So we've seen how the healthcare is going to grow. We've seen and we've highlighted an area that requires attention. So what's the next step? And this is a humble proposal that I think we could start implementing little seeds to see how we can contribute to the future of nursing leadership and the kingdom. So what I'm proposing that we will have a national high potential selection and succession planning program. We partner with national leadership initiatives. We have a competency-based healthcare executive training. And why I say competency-based? Because it's all about exposure. When you take a course about change management and you don't lead a change program or an initiative at a nursing level, at a multidisciplinary level, or at organizational level, or even at a national level, you will not have the skill set to lead change. So having competency-based program and exposure with a coach that help you to master those skills is very important. And then I also call for a national mentorship program that include residency and observership with colleague executive nurses that are already there practicing executive leadership and be able to guide those future leaders. Imagine the impact of this program on the whole kingdom. If every one CNO will develop 2 or 3 CNOs, and how that will impact.
I only have 5 minutes.
Sure. Very few slides will be over. So we'll start the succession program, which identify the high potential and put goals in exactly what we want to achieve. We will have a platform for application, establish selection criteria, and also present the future leadership objectives for people to understand the program. We should have a selection in terms of relevance of experience, so profile of all the candidates, and evaluate the readiness of high potential and planning for individual development and retention of high potential employees so they don't really leave nursing and really succeed in nursing. Once candidates are identified, there will be multiple tools to evaluate their leadership capabilities, and this is part of knowing their strength and doing their area of improvement, so mentor and coaches could build on these information and help them to establish their leadership skills. And also you could involve independent third-party consultant to be able to help to set those programs. There are already national programs that are developing leadership within the kingdom and allied with 2030 vision. We don't need to reinvent the wheel, and this focus on leadership skills that are generic and needed for all type of leaders. Moving further, we could use the executive American College of Healthcare Executive Leadership Competencies that has 5 domains, which, as you see, has the business skills and knowledge, which is in terms of general management, financial management, human resources, organizational dynamic and governance, as much as the leadership skills and behavior, including also the system and the organization of the healthcare. That will help our healthcare executives to master the skills needed to be partnered with their healthcare leaders. Finally, again, I'm implementing SEEDS. I've seen this program that I liked. Actually, my daughter, who's an engineer, applied to it and just accepted recently. It's called Project 1932. 1932 is the year that Kingdom was founded. It's based on mentorship program where you have successful men and women from throughout the kingdom that could support the future leaders of the kingdom. They have the theme of big sips and little siblings, which comes from siblings. And the idea that they assign each young healthcare leaders or young leaders, let's say, it's not for healthcare, is to assign them with big brothers and sisters. And the idea and why we need them, no matter how much you learn and read, nothing beats the fellowship of those who have more experience and wisdom. Someone who believes in you, and someone who's honest and does not have any hierarchical evaluation. All it has is an interest in your success, and that will help you to succeed in the future. And that would really give all the lessons that we've learned throughout the future and throughout our experience, and give it to the future of those future leaders. And as I said, I think it's a duty for us who've been in healthcare. It's a social responsibility that we owe to give back to the kingdom. Finally, our big inspiration that I always quote, that I think all successes start with a vision and successful vision. And I think we have all the means to achieve our dream and ambitions. There are no excuse for us to stand still or move backwards. So I call you to be partners in this dream, because I do have a dream, and I think we are capable of making this a dream. And thank you for being a patient listener. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rahiba, for addressing that's such an interesting topic concerning the healthcare transformation. So let's go to the question and answer. Yes, Mr. Ahmed.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rahiba, for the great presentation. In fact, it's touched on the heart of mentorship. So probably tomorrow I'm going to touch more on dive in more on this concept in terms of mentorship and coaching practices in nursing. But what triggered mind here is about leadership mentorship, which is and it going with the generosity of leaders. And I think it's part of duty of care. I wonder how, what kind of steps that leaders, for instance, now the current leaders, if I'm charge nurse or head nurse or chief nurse, whatever I am, what kind of steps that I can do in order to open that window for emerging leaders, for potential leaders, just to know I'm here to help. Whether it goes by invitation or perhaps by in a specific, like fashion way. So can you recommend us or put some words on that?
Sure. I think you have to be very generous, and you know that you are not there in this position to stay forever. And part of your success is to create successors. And if you believe that in this and be really genuinely interested, it actually comes so natural. If you see somebody who's being in a situation and you are interested on the success of this person, you will start mentorship through very normal relationship of asking them to reflect on what happened to them. And I think reflection and helping people to self-reflect is the first start for you as a mentor to be able to take them further. So because mentorship is not to show them the way yourself, is making them reflect, making them see how they could approach the situation differently, and then as some certain experience and wisdom of things that you've passed through before, and share with them some of the experiences that they could utilize in their situation. So as I said, it starts from a genuine interest on the person in front of you. Once that's there, then I think mentorship becomes so natural that you do it in every encounter with every staff, in every situation after reflecting on a meeting with your team, on a situation that went well, in a situation that did not went well, and really implement those practices in every single encounter with your team. Yes, some people will choose you as a mentor, and they will come to say, please mentor me, and I'm sure you've received those kind of requests yourself. But there are also other mentorship moments that we do throughout our day that should happen all the time.
Got a question? My name is Dr. Qasim. Thank you so much. Very inspiring. And you actually did some introduction on my topic tomorrow. The Future of Nursing IOM Report 2010. There's 4 items. We won't be able to go through, but the first one, which caught my eyes, which is actually, this is my journey. Nurses should practice to the full extent of their education and training. By the way, my topic is advancing nurse practice tomorrow, so you know why I'm asking. I'm not going to ask you the issues across the kingdom. That's my talk tomorrow. But in particular, in Faqih, what are you doing in order to realize this, allowing the nurses to fully practice their role? So what strategies, what steps, what initiatives, what projects are in place within Faqih?
Thank you for this interesting question and very challenging question. Part of my experience at Johns Hopkins Aramco, we had supported advanced nursing practice nurses. We gave them privilege to practice in family medicine or primary healthcare sector. So I was privileged to be exposed to such a successful program. And if it's done in semi-private sector, I think it's also doable in any other private sector or in healthcare sectors. We have one of our advanced practice nurses who was graduated from Prince Noura program. She specialized in EMS or in emergency nursing. And she's currently the nursing educator in Faqih Riyadh. I'm a newcomer to Faqih Riyadh, and we just signed the acquisition, which is recently. But I have huge confidence that Faqih has led a huge initiative in the kingdom. And I believe as leaders, they will support not only advanced practice nurses, they will be able also to support my proposal for the nurse leadership. And they will sponsor it, and they will be so proud of those. So we have long way to go as Faqih, as a new member, but I believe, yes, we can, and I'll be so interested to hear you speak and see how we could take it further. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Heba. So if I will add few points more, what are the strategies we have in Faqih Care? We have our lactation consultant, who is really running a clinic in the outpatient setting, seeing patients, sometimes more than number of patients seen by a consultant in the clinics. So we are also proud to have her with us, practicing lactation consultant role. In addition to that, we have a wound care nurse. She also gone through the International Interprofessional Wound Care Certification Program. So she's getting referrals from physicians, nurses, for those patients who are with pressure injury, who are at risk for pressure injury, also to take care of patients with stoma. Also she's leading a 6 months wound care designee program to create more leaders. So yes, we have a few other initiatives too. Thank you.
Definitely you are leading a great nursing program, Shaibi. And we will be learning from you to establish the nursing program and building the legacy that you've achieved so far. And we are so proud of what you've achieved, and I think we are capable with you and partnering with you as nurses to achieve more and more. Thank you.
I have a question, Dr. Heba, for you. Sorry, last question.
The moderators are looking at me. Yeah. I took longer, and I'm taking my time answering the questions.
How can the organization support those nurses progressing in their career? Because really we are struggling to bring more suggestions, more innovative ideas. How the organization can give more support for those nurses advancing in their career while they are working, you know, like.
Wallah, it's very big topic, Shaibi, and you know that very well. I think there are peer-to-peer responsibilities. There are nursing leadership responsibility, and there are self-responsibility. So we know very well that we have to really work hard in self-discipline to be able to reach really to our full potential. Sometimes what we need is a peer believe in us and support us in our success. So our success is collective. How we present ourselves as a team and as individual, using true evidence and using data and being an excellent negotiators will bring us to the table, and we will earn our development. Yes, there are a huge impact on the organization themselves and the top leaders to believe in us, which I was fortunate myself for Faqih to believe in me and make me a deputy CEO when they did the acquisition in Riyadh. And for them to believe in a nurse, and if Hiba could be able to reach to this and believe to present herself in a way that she could transform healthcare and help them to lead the organization, I truly believe that many of my nursing colleagues will be able to do it. First, as I said, through self-discipline, through continuous journey of learning, through right competencies, so we could really be partners and be a strong advocate to our capabilities, through ourselves who really tap in a back and push each other, because the sky is so wide that is enough for many stars. So I think if we collectively build or create more stars, I think we will have very bright future and bright sky that we will all be part of showing what nursing career could do.
Very much, Dr. Heba. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hiba. Great discussion. So moving forward, let's present our next presenter.
Okay, so let's, a holder of a Master's of Science in Nursing and Healthcare Leadership with 20 years of healthcare experience and spread across different countries in the MENA region, currently affiliated with Faqih University Hospital as Chief Nursing Officer and a Medical Director for Faqih Home Care, a consultant for Australian Council for Healthcare Standards, and then on nursing excellence, evidence-based practice nursing, a staff engagement initiative, shared governance models, implementations, quality, patient safety, and risk management, serve as a Chief Nursing Officer for highly reputed large-scale hospitals in UAE and the region, awarded the Nursing Innovation Award by the Ministry of Health in Egypt and the Digital Leader Award in United Arab Emirates. Let's all welcome Mr. Muhammad Faqih.
Sorry, slides is next back. All right, got it. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. It's just an honor, such an honor. My topic is about transformation, and what I've seen in this country is the real example of transformation. If I had been here a couple of weeks ago before preparing my presentation, I would have probably took pictures and just put the presentation as this country, because what I've seen is real transformation, real examples of transformation. The leadership of this country has done such an amazing job. I lived here for 3 or 4 years earlier, but then what I've seen now is quite something that blew my mind away. So I would like to start by thanking Faqih Care, the organizing committee, for putting up this beautiful conference over the past 5 days. I'm a member of this very highly reputed group in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I'm a proud member of this group, and I had the honor to learn from so many people around here, and had the honor to really be a friend of so many people around here as well. The way I will be doing this today is quite different. Instead of you guys listening to me talk about transformational leadership, so I will be flipping the table a little bit. We'll twist it a little bit. Yeah? Did I get your attention? Very good. So we'll just twist it a little bit. We'll make it more interactive. We'll make it more like a storytelling, because I was preparing a very nice sort of an academic presentation, but then when I've seen most of our colleagues talking about transformational leadership, I said, all right, since we know the concepts now, let us see what you guys have to say about it, and how have you been transformed as leaders, or what your leaders have done to you in terms of the organization to transform you as future leaders. I will be sharing a little bit of a story with everybody. Can I have the mic, please? Yeah. Thank you so much. I will be sharing a little bit of a story with everybody, and maybe you guys can share with me your stories as well. I will definitely be taking advantage of the years of experience that I have here on the front by sharing their stories as well, but I would like to hear nurses' stories as well. This conference is about you. This conference is about what you are doing and what you are really putting on the ground. And it is really about what you take home with you every single day, the learnings that you take with you every single day. Theories are beautiful, magnet journeys are very interesting, and with flashy, nice, great concepts that we learn from. But the question here is what you have learned, what have you taken home with you as well, right? So I will share with you one story of how I transformed from a junior nurse in a hospital back home called the American University of Beirut, and then how I got the first opportunity to really showcase my abilities in leadership, and how that was a somehow a passion for me, and then I came up to be a chief nursing officer at one point. But then again, leadership is not being a chief nursing officer. Leadership is being at the front line. Leadership is seeing what leaders can really contribute to patients and patient outcome. So I was in this big organization back home, and then I was having something special. I used to write and speak English very well, and I was a nurse. So there was a project in the hospital. That project was about talking about the history of nursing in that organization. And I was chosen because of that purpose. But then I said to myself, since I had that opportunity, why don't I make the best out of it? Why don't I try something different? And that was around maybe 20 years ago, where videos and all these now things that you see on TV were not very prominent. So I've decided at that point in time, not only to write a story, but also to make a video. Now everybody does TikTok or Snapchat, but at that point there was none of these. All the social media was not there. So it was quite innovative. And then I made a video about the history of the organization using very basic tools. We didn't have really mobile phones that take pictures. We've only had those cameras, if you remember, the cameras that we used to take with us and put it like this in our neck. And I've done that video, and I've showcased that video, and that's where my passion started. This is where the light started. And then I had a chief nursing officer back then. Her name is Gladys Morrow. Maybe some of you has heard about her. She believed in the fact that such contribution can make a big difference, and she leveraged that contribution. And we established at that point the first case management department at the American University of Beirut. That was the start. That was my inspiration. That was the thing that really got me really inspired. And it's interesting to know that the same organization had achieved Magnet maybe 15 years ago. So for them, Magnet was quite easy. For us, it's a little bit more difficult, but we're working there to make it happen and make it better. My question here is, what inspires you? My question here is, what really gives you the light or the passion to be inspired and to be someone that can achieve more? And just to brief you about transformation, transformation, as the word says, it is about transforming a follower into a leader. It's about transforming you and every single member of the nursing team into a nurse leader. And a nurse leader doesn't mean that you're a nurse manager or a CNO. You can be leader in your own area, in your own department, in the way you do things every single day. This is real, actual leadership. Those big discussions, big talks are beautiful and nice, and we'll learn from, but it's about what you really do for your patients, it's about what you really do for your colleagues, and it's about what you really do for your organization and community. So I would want to start by asking one of my very good friends and colleagues, and an inspiration for me as well, someone that I learned from very much, Mr. Ahmed Hawsawi, on what inspired you? What's your story, Mr. Ahmed? And what was this? Oh, sorry. Oh, it's fine. Look, I'm okay.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Muhammad. What actually, when I hear always inspiration, I remember two things. I remember my dad, Allah yarhamu, and I remember my little daughter with Edward syndrome. So always I give this, yes, it's a little bit sad story, but it's inspirational to me. So I'm always, every day, every minute, thinking how can I make the life of people who have somebody in a vulnerable situation always better, and not thinking about only patients, but the family as well, as looking how is the healthcare system impacting the family and the patient. And me as a nurse, what I can do different. So that's what motivates me every day and every time. And it brought me to where I am now.
So much, very inspiring. Anyone would like to share a story? Would you like to share a story, sir?
Yes, thank you so much. My name is Mahmoud. I have a simple story of inspiration. My son, one day, he called me a doctor because always he's seeing me in scrub. So at that day, I decided to be as a doctor, and now I am a PhD student in leadership.
Great. Thank you so much for that. Anyone else from the back? Anyone would like to share a story of inspiration?
No, sir, I can't.
Go ahead. There you go. Prepare yourself. You're coming next.
Well, I am a nursery nurse, and I work with the best colleagues. We have the best teamwork, as my nurse manager said before, and we have the best teamwork. No, what inspires me, what makes me go to work every day is that knowing that I have these colleagues that I can lean on. Like every time we are busy, you can see the teamwork, everyone rushing to help you, and that inspires me to go to work, and that's it. Thank you.
So someone inspired by their son, someone inspired by their colleagues. Anyone would like to share an inspiring story? Bassam.
Okay, good morning. Good morning, everyone. I would like to share my story from the beginning, actually. I started, after I graduated, I started in ER, and I really liked working in the emergency department. It was my comfort zone, actually. One day, I saw an opening position as a nursing supervisor. My chief nursing officer was Mr. Hani Ayad at the time. He interviewed me. I didn't do that much good in the interview itself, but he saw something in me. He pushed me. He pushed me out of my comfort zone. After a while, I felt that I really admire being a leader. I really admire doing some changes. So at that time, Mr. Hani left. I remember Mr. Muhammad came. I was so, you are there at the time. I usually always disturb you coming to your office. Sir, I need more. I think being the supervisor is not enough for me. I see myself doing more than that. So you always used to tell me, wait, it's too soon. Just give it time. And at that time, I thought that why Mr. Muhammad doesn't want me to go to the next step? There was a lot of openings at that time. Again, you saw things in me, and you gave me great advice. It's not easy just to go to the next step, but do you really want it, or just for the, just you want a title, or do you want something new? So I waited. I listened to your advice. I waited at the time. The next chief nursing officer came, Mr. Ahmed Awsawi at the time. I remember during my interview with Mr. Ahmed, he asked me a question. Where do you see yourself after a while? My answer was, I want to see myself in your chair, sir. And usually people doesn't say something like that to your new boss, you know. They will feel like he's already trying to take my position. Why should I let him near me? But I didn't recognize that at that moment. But Mr. Ahmed really admired that, my answer at that time. He saw that I can do things beyond only being the supervisor at that time. Pandemic hit the worldwide. There was an opportunity. Mr. Ahmed pushed me out of my comfort zone at that time. I usually disturb him like day and night. At the first, I used to disturb him at the morning, evening, even almost midnight. For some problems, some mistakes, I didn't know what to do. After that, Mr. Ahmed pushed me again. He saw that I can work as the nursing director in OR. I have to say that...
Which was a great transformation. It was a mind-blowing transformation from being a supervisor that had nothing to do with OT. You had no clue what OT is, but you just decided to jump to OT and take a leadership of one of the busiest OTs in this region.
I just want to say that I never stepped a foot in OR or the OT. Actually, I was kicked out of one time. I was sending an emergency patient, and then the charge nurse at the time told me, "You doesn't work here, you cannot be here, get out of OR." I respected it at that time. Actually, I was shocked at that time, but I respect it now. But I took the challenge. Again, I used to disturb my chief nursing officer every week. until he scheduled a meeting, weekly meeting with me. So just to, instead of disturbing his schedule, so I have a fixed agenda with him. That was mentoring for me at that point. Then after that one, he started delegating things to me. So from there on, I start riding the bicycle on my own.
Yeah, that's great.
Thank you so much.
Amazing, Prasad. Amazing transformation. You deserve the clap. Definitely. Anyone else would like to share a story? Shaibi, where's Shaibi in here? She's not here, right? Yeah, she's outside. Sholi, would you like to share something with us?
Good morning to everyone. In Faqih, 15 years with all of you. Really? You want me to get up?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. Means the journey in Faqih, 15 years as a clinical nursing director, I can really see a lot of stories, lot of staff who's presently, like Basam, who's standing and holding a positions, that the culture who's what the previous and among us developed here, it is easy for you all to learn and very approachable and very transformational way to deal with everyone. For me, the story I want to say about me.
Of course it's about
yes. you. Yeah, my dream is already going towards the pathway of PhD. But I finished my master degree and MBA for hospital management, moving forward to go for PhD in hospital management. Means going through each and every department to know what is happening, and holding all organization, it will be a big challenge. That is a dream to end up, but with everybody's help, so far I'm here. That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sholi. Amazing, amazing story. One last, and we're done. Oh, perfect.
Sure.
Thank you.
I want to share actually this experience. It was actually a negative experience that I promised myself to make it into a positive one. This goes back to 1999. I was an intern student and I was actually married and pregnant at that time. And we were among few that started in John Hopkins Aramco, so SAMSO at that time, as Saudi nurses. And we faced a huge challenge to prove ourselves among our expert nurses who already have the communication skills, the expertise and clinical knowledge. And we were very humble little young students that are starting our career. It was a night shift that one of my preceptors who were taking care of an elderly patient who was a bit restless and needed some care. So he called another male colleague to help him with the patient. So he came, and you know how the people judge you as a new nurse and a new young nurse who just entered the career, and is she really interested, and is she really want to take care of the patient? So he had that look at me, and he asked my preceptor, and why she's not helping you? And he just whispered to his ears that she's pregnant, and I'm afraid that this patient will harm her. And I was at my almost like end of my 6th month of my pregnancy, and it was not really showing, so people did not know around me. He turned to me and he said, what future are you going to have? I think you are starting your career wrongly. You will be busy with your family, and all what you will prove that Saudis are not capable as nurses. It was night time, I was pregnant, young wife, young nurse who have huge ambition about my future. I had two options at that time. He could either break me with what he just said, or I could take it and challenge and prove to him and myself of what can I be as a future nurse. I actually, and I always tell this story to my colleagues, I practice the highest self-discipline to show that, which is, I think sometimes is not really, we need balance between our life and thing, and I don't invite people to not have balance between their life and career. But I truly practice self-discipline, that, and I actually came on my, I was not sure that this is my delivery date, but I was on duty, started my delivery while at work. I had my baby in around like 2 p.m. when I already started my work at 7 a.m. in the morning in the hospital. I went to the labor room with my uniform, and it strikes me how I really practice self-discipline to show what I can do. But our future often is in our hand. We should not allow any negative people or people judging us to break our future. We should earn our success, and we should not go to the extreme, but self-discipline, I think, is a key to show your commitment and to show your ability to drive your future. Thank you for allowing me to share.
Excellent. Basant, would you like to share something?
Yes,
it looks like
my thing about myself, but actually I'd like
I
to
started
something about
Basant.
someone already. I'm very proud of our
Great.
acting nursing, chief nursing director, chief nursing officer. I can remember, okay? And now she's an acting nursing officer. I'm very, very proud of her.
Thank you so much, Basant.
Thank you. So I graduated nursing in 2008. I started my career in medical surgical unit. My passion was ICU. So I joined ICU after 1 year of my graduation. And from there, I started my career. Professor Badrik was talking about self-empowerment. And that's what I believe in. No one can push you to empower you. It's about self-empowerment and self-development. And of course, if you have the appropriate environment to grow, it will help you, but it comes from within. So change is with you and with us, with everyone. If you want to change something, if you want to grow, if you want to become a leader, it comes from you. No one will take you to be a leader if you did not develop yourself. I consider myself as a very stubborn person, and I think that's a benefit when you are a nurse, because you as a nurses, we're working where the understanding that the higher hand goes for doctors, and doctor lead, doctor order, nurses follow. And I think we change that. It's a collaboration of it's a collaboration that goes together for the sake of patient and the sake of the healthcare system. So as I mentioned, this is how I develop myself, and by reading and learning every day, this is how I become leader. Start with your patient room. If you want to make a change, start with your patient room, then your unit, then the change that you make in your unit, it will influence the other hospital, and they will learn from you. It will impact all your organization. I can see together with my team things that it was not even considered when I started being a nurse in ICU. And now it's a routine, it's a habit, it's a system that goes throughout all ICUs, all critical care areas. So I'm sure nurses are the best people who can innovate things from nowhere. When it's come to patient care, when it's come to practice, when it's come to leading people, we are the most innovative people. Believe in yourself, and I think this is how we can grow. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Khadra. I would like to thank everybody who shared their stories. I believe that's very inspiring from everybody, and I think that's the true essence of transformation, because really, transformation, it is about setting theories, it is about talking those big words and big buzzwords that can get everybody on the, but to drill down to the details, it is about those little stories that you guys do every single day. It is about Bassam and his transformation journey from being a registered nurse to a supervisor to a OT director in an area where he had nothing, no knowledge about whatsoever. It's about Choli's story of wanting to be a PhD. It's about Mr. Ahmad's inspiration and his family. It's about Khadra's journey, which was completely transformational as well. This is true essence of transformational leadership. This is what transformational leadership is really about. And since now we had some examples of what transformational leadership is from you guys, I would like to share some examples of or learnings of what we've done at Faqih University Hospital in Dubai, to just give you an idea of what we are doing. We are a young hospital, 250 bed capacity hospital in Dubai, in a place called Dubai Silicon Oasis. The hospital was, when I joined the hospital was completely scratched, nothing was there. The buildings even were not there, so we helped, as a nurse, I helped in designing the facility. I became half nurse, half engineer somehow because of how many drawings we really looked at and how we really transformed the hospital to be more patient-friendly and to be more staff-friendly as well. But then that challenge did not end there. We literally, on commissioning of the hospital, as nurses, I'm talking about nurses, we wiped the floors, we cleaned the ground, we cleaned the walls, and this is what nurses do every single time. They take ownership. When there is something that is happening in a certain place, if you want to make something right, give it to nurses. This is what most CEOs would tell you if you work with them. When you give something to nurses, they will make it right. So we literally did everything for our hospital. We were very glad to do it. We were inspired and gladly doing it because we wanted to see this baby grow. And now it has been 2 years at this hospital. We have a beautiful facility over there that is inspiring every single day. We have a staff of around 600. We're still little. The total hospital staff is 600. Our nursing team is only at 200 nurses, but each and every single nurse of those 200 nurses is the chief nursing officer of her practice, is the chief nursing officer of her unit. And they take ownership of taking clinical decisions. Although we have not somehow, we started some of the Magnet journeys, but I strongly believe that Magnet is not a logo. I strongly believe that shared governance is not a logo. Shared governance or Magnet are a culture, and everybody needs to understand that very well. If you set the culture right, everything else follows. And what we're trying to do at FUH is setting that culture straight from the very beginning, and we are very confident that this sort of accreditation or any recognition will definitely follow from any international organization. Although there are best practices in the world, and I understand that there are best practices that sometimes we adopt from the US, sometimes we adopt from the UK, but we have our own culture that we are proud of. We have our own Arabic culture that we are proud of, Middle Eastern culture that we are proud of, that we need to leverage, that we need to look at, that we need to cater to as well. So not every evidence-based practice that works in elsewhere in the world will work at this part of the world. This part of the world has its own uniqueness as well. So that being said, we'll share with you a little bit of some of the activities that we are doing at FUH. How can I get the presentation going? All right. So because of the shortage of time, and since you guys have said it all, we'll just skip into this. So one of the first things we have done as an organization, we decided as a team, that happened actually maybe 2 years ago. What we have done and what we've decided as a team, we decided that we are a new group. We just knew with each others, with the organization. We've decided to set a strategy because nothing works without a real strategy. So what we've done, we've created a group of nurses, frontline nurses, nurse leaders from every place of the hospital, and we started brainstorming with them on what this nursing department is going to be. How do they see this nursing department going forward? And we decided to create a mission, vision, and values. And we decided to create a logo or a slogan for this department. Do you know what this is? Do you know what beacon is? A beacon is a lighthouse, right? A beacon is a lighthouse. Have you seen a lighthouse? Yeah? What does a lighthouse do? They show the way, right? So we've decided that beacon is our logo, and we've created our values based on this beacon, which is boundless, empower, accountability, compassion, outstanding, and nurse-driven. But then again, we had a vision, so we formulated these values into a vision, and our vision is to be a beacon of hope for patients and nurses that guide nursing to lead change, embrace lifelong learning, establish excellence in practice, and implement innovative professional and evidence-based nursing. But then after a mission goes a vision, and then we created a vision that says we are committed to raise the bar in delivering high-quality, compassionate, person-centered care by creating a positive and diverse work environment that fosters and supports professional development, intercollaborative practice, and excellence in safe academic environment. So it is this mission and vision and values that we've created since day one what really guided the way in what we are doing in the coming few years. We also created strategic direction for us as a department, and our strategic direction was based on strategic goals, and our strategic goals were nursing excellence, person-centered care, progressive quality and safety environment, professional growth and innovation, and discovery. And these are some definitions of what we decided that this is going to be our strategy for the coming 5 years. And each icon of these, or each pillar of our strategic plan, of those 5 pillars, had an operational plan on how to achieve this goal, how to achieve nursing excellence, how to achieve person-centered care, progressive quality, professional growth, and innovation and discovery. We also decided that we need to communicate better. We've decided that communication is one of the elements that could lead to serious patient harm, and we've decided that most of the events that are happening in any organization, healthcare organization around the world, would be root cause to communication. So we've decided to create a communication model. And this communication model is so important to us because this is what brings us together. This is how we can talk on day to day, on week to week, on month to month, regardless of what you call this communication model. Some people call it shared governance. Some people call it something else, but I call it a communication model. And we've based our communication model on something called the 4 C's of communication tactics. And the 4 C's are collaboration, credibility, compassion, and coordination. So we've created platforms to communicate. We've created platforms where nurses can voice out concerns. We've created platforms where leadership is able to talk to the nurses and nurses are able to talk to the leadership. And something that everybody does, which is called general nursing orientation. Every hospital has a general nursing orientation. But we just decided to transform the general nursing orientation from being in a classroom to being at the bedside. We've transformed the GNO from sitting and taking a lecture to really practicing on the ground and doing the competencies at once. The nursing town hall is a quarterly meeting also that we conduct, And most of the nurses would attend this meeting, and the purpose of this meeting is to share information that are relevant and strategic to the nurses. Our nursing monthly meetings, we have the nursing newsletter as a platform, our nurse leaders monthly meeting, educational link nurses, quality link infection control meetings, and what is really relevant and more important are our daily huddles, which we do every single day, whether it's leadership or at unit level or at any different level that we have. We also decided that we want to create a reward and recognition program for nurses because that's something that is important for the retention of the staff. And we created a set of awards, and each award was linked to a set of initiatives and set of recognition initiatives that we are taking, one of which is our Note of Gratitude, Unit Ambassador, Nursing Excellence Award, Outstanding Leader Awards, Outstanding Team Award, and the Daisy Award. One of the challenges we faced is how to go about by selecting these awards for nurses. We made it completely transparent. We created a committee that had multidisciplinary people. It was not only nurses who were choosing nurses, it was doctors and patient experience staff and everybody who were the one who were choosing those nurses. And we created a unanimous way of voting for these awards, whereby we only share the story without sharing the name, and then there's an electronic voting for every single, because we need to eliminate that bias that sometimes have. Most of the people who go up to the podium and get awarded are people who are either friends with the nurse manager or with the CNO, or you all know that. So we've just created a completely unanimous, and to my surprise, the one that got the Daisy Award, for example, we had around 6 or 7 nursing stories, is someone that I never expected that she will get, but she got it, because of the elimination of the bias and making sure that the voting is being done completely blind.
5 minutes left, sir.
Yeah, finished. One of the platforms that we've also created, because we believe in education, we are an academic hospital, so we created something called Thrive. And Thrive is a weekly platform that I advise every nursing department to really look into that. Because one of the challenges that we've seen in nursing attending education activities. I was talking to one of the nurse leaders today, and she told me that we have CME fatigue. It was the first time I hear this word. We provide at Faqih Care Group a lot of CME activities to an extent where nurses are confused on where and what to attend, right? Because of the activities that we are having. However, having a single platform, nurses are very busy, and nurses are people that will not be able to attend everything that you present, although they are keen on education and they want to really attend some presentations. But what we've created is a weekly platform. That platform is a 1-hour platform fixed every single week at a certain time, where all the nurses of the hospital will know that every Monday at 8 a.m. there are 2 things. Every Monday at 8 a.m. at FUH there are 2 things that are happening. One is a briefing on the happening of last week, any OVR, any incident, any learnings, anything that has happened last week, they will be briefed, and they have a platform to ask questions on that briefing, and that briefing is done by the chief nursing officer of the organization, so it is the highest level of empowerment to those events. And then they know that after that, there is also a 45 minutes discussion that is related, not discussion, actually CME presentation, that is related to the events that happened in this week. So let's say, for example, last week we've had a patient fall in one of the patient units, then the presentation will be at patient fall. And then it's every single week at the same time in the same place. And everybody got used to that rhythm because they know in their mind it's Monday at 8 a.m. and everybody started attending. Now we're reaching to a very high level of participation. One thing that motivated them to come also is that we provide food like any other platform we do. That happens, but again, the essence is for them to learn really. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate you coming forward and talking about your stories, everybody who talked. It was really inspiring, and I'm very happy to answer any question you have.
Thank you, Mr. Muhammad Faqih, for that informational presentation, and it was also an engaging and interactive discussion a while ago. So let's have the question and answer. If we do have, Mr. Muhammad Faqih would be pleased to answer your questions. Do you have any other questions?
I asked all the questions.
Yes,
so
Ms. Deborah.
I asked all the questions.
Hi, sir. Good afternoon.
Hi.
Before we get to the lunch time, I would like to ask, how important is a transformational leadership in a workforce initiative that has challenges in staff retention? We have seen so many testimonies about leaders that are transformed from being a staff and they stayed for like 5 years. Do we have a platforms in place? Because I think it's not only Faqih University Hospital, also we have to face now we are facing the same challenge in DSFH. So would you like to share some platforms where we can adapt?
Retention is one of the most challenging points in the nursing profession. We all are very much aware of the shortage worldwide, especially now we're talking about countries like Europe, US, and other part of the world. If you talk to any chief nursing officer all over the world, they will tell you retention is our main challenge. We're not able to keep our nurses. And it got worse, or somehow got aggravated by two things. It got aggravated by COVID, after COVID immediately, and it got aggravated by a new generation of nurses that don't want to stay in the same place, which is again another challenge. What organizations can really do in terms of really making sure that nurses stay at their place for longer years, one of the things that, if you want to say it straightforward, is better pay. One of the things, let us say it up front without, sugarcoating things. You can, I was in a discussion with one of the leaders at one point. I told him I sang and danced for them and did everything that I can do, but it's really about payment. It's really about payment. So one of the things that needs to be done is really to restructure the pay scales for nurses at an organization level, maybe at a country level as well. I was so happy to hear some of the leaders, nurse leaders of the country, like Dr. Rasha and Mr. Ahmad, talking about having a seat at the table as well. Having a seat on the decision-making tables as well is very important. Reforming or restructuring the nursing platforms in countries, and even at the WHO level. To be honest, this is something that needs to be taken at a very high level, at a WHO level, because really it is one of the top 5 risks worldwide when it comes to healthcare. Zooming into the organization, one of the things that we try as much as possible to do is to maintain a culture of collaborative practice and to maintain a positive work environment for nurses by trying all that we can do to maintain that positive work environment for them. We use different methodologies for that. We have a very solid, robust reward recognition program. We do leadership rounds. We talk to them on day-to-day, open channels of communication with every single one of them, and creating some platforms for them to be able to voice out their concern. One of the initiatives that we've done that had been very helpful as well is creating something called a staff support group. So that is a group of people from the organization where if any nurse felt that she needs support, she can go to that, pick one member of this group and go to them and talk to them. And this staff support group is composed of different levels of the organization. And it helped in COVID, especially when nurses were seeing a lot of things around them and they needed to ventilate, they could go. And that group is able to give them an access also to a psychologist or a psychiatrist in case they needed more or further support or help. This is what I can say about that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. For now, may we call on Mr. Muhammad Faqih. Please remain in the stage. And Dr. Rahiba.
Would you please come? We
Please
have a
join.
very nice vest and small memory just to remember us as a Congress and as a symposium.
Would like to call Ms. Kadra Omar to present the memento.
Madam Shaibi and Madam Khadra, would you please come? 1:30. Thank you very much. شكرا.
واحد زيك في الرياض في توأم إلك كذا تقدر تجيبه. أقول جواني إيش بسم الله ما شاء الله إيش هالبسم شايل المؤتمر كله بسم الله عليك ما شاء الله ما شاء الله. المهم شوفي لي يعني مو زيك بس يعني ما أتوقع إن في أحد زيك. أنا I think
حبيبتي عايشة، للحين أتذكر اليوم اللي أخذتك فيه من البيت من مستشفى الدكتور سليمان فقيه، نفس ما أخذتني أمي من البيت قبل سنوات. كانت أمي تقول لي إني كبرت بسرعة زي ما أنت كبرتي بسرعة.
إن شاء الله أبي.
قبل ما نلاحظ صار عمرك 18 سنة، خلصت المدرسة وقلت إنك تبغى تصيري دكتورة لما تكبري. ما تفاجأنا لأنه ما شاء الله عليكي شاطرة في المدرسة.
عايشة، فحصتي ضغط دم جدتك؟ هذه أمك؟
اليوم أنا رايحة نفس المستشفى اللي انولدنا فيها أنا وإنتي، المستشفى اللي انتي جالسة تتدربي فيها الآن عشان تصيري جراحة وبتعالجي جدتك.
كيف صرتي جدتي؟ الحمد لله.
ما صدق، 3 أجيال تحت رعاية واحدة.
شو أبغى أكثر من كده؟
رعاية الأجيال. حبيبتي عايشة، للحين أتذكر اليوم اللي أخذتك فيه من البيت من مستشفى الدكتور سليمان فقيه، نفس ما أخذتني أمي من البيت قبل سنوات. كانت أمي تقول لي إني كبرت بسرعة زي ما أنت كبرتي بسرعة.
إن شاء الله أبي.
قبل ما نلاحظ صار عمرك 18 سنة، خلصت المدرسة وقلت إنك تبغى تصيري دكتورة لما تكبري. ما تفاجأنا لأنه ما شاء الله عليكي شاطرة في المدرسة.
عايشة، فحصتي ضغط دم جدتك؟ هذه أمك؟
اليوم أنا رايحة نفس المستشفى اللي انولدنا فيها أنا وإنتي، المستشفى اللي انتي جالسة تتدربي فيها الآن عشان تصيري جراحة وبتعالجي جدتك.
كيف صرتي جدتي؟ الحمد لله.
ما صدق، 3 أجيال تحت رعاية واحدة.
شو أبغى أكثر من كده؟
رعاية الأجيال. حبيبتي عايشة، للحين أتذكر اليوم اللي أخذتك فيه من البيت من مستشفى الدكتور سليمان فقيه، نفس ما أخذتني أمي من البيت قبل سنوات. كانت أمي تقول لي إني كبرت بسرعة زي ما أنت كبرتي بسرعة.
إن شاء الله أبي.
قبل ما نلاحظ صار عمرك 18 سنة، خلصت المدرسة وقلت إنك تبغى تصيري دكتورة لما تكبري. ما تفاجأنا إنه ما شاء الله عليكي شاطرة في المدرسة.
عايشة، فحصتي ضغط دم جدتك؟ هذه أمك؟
اليوم أنا رايحة نفس المستشفى اللي انولدنا فيها أنا وإنتي، المستشفى اللي انتي جالسة تتدربي فيها الآن عشان تصيري جراحة وبتعالجي جدتك.
كيف صرتي جدتي؟ الحمد لله.
ما صدق، 3 أجيال تحت رعاية واحدة.
شو أبغى أكثر من كده؟
رعاية الأجيال.
the steps in conducting evidence-based practice have a 5 steps or 5 phases, which is all start with a letter A, and always we say 5 A's. It is to ask the question, the clinical appropriate question, to access all the databases and literature, and to appraise those literature, to apply the evidence, and then to assess the application, and then come up with, after the assessment, of course, the evaluation. So ask an answerable clinical question is a skill, is a competency, and we are going to talk about it later. And then searching for the best evidence through the literature. We have a lot of database. Fortunately now we depend mainly on electronics. The electronic database is huge now. We need to know, we need to learn how to search the best evidence and how to search, to get the evidence from the research. Then critical appraising the evidence, and this is again through a competency of critical appraiser for literature, applying the evidence, and then evaluating and assessing the process of our evidence-based practice development. So we have to have an evidence-based culture first if we want to apply the evidence-based process. And actually, we have a model or a framework called PICOT or PICO format to answer the question. We are going to talk about this. And then when we finish our evidence-based practice, definitely we have to disseminate our outcome of the evidence-based practice. So the question, formulate an answerable clinical questions. And actually the framework for clinical question called PICO or PICOT. And this is the most common framework used to ask, to formulate the question. So the PICOT is P for population or patient or a problem or a group of population or group of patients. I is for the intervention, and C is comparison, and O is outcome. Actually, PICOT is very common, and it's very good framework for formulating a clinical question. So if we look at the P, which is patient or the problem, it can describe a group of patients or similar group of patients that are similar to each other. It could be individual clients, it could be groups of clients, it could be a population of the same age, the same sex or gender, and for example, living in the same condition. Or it may be aspect of care or delivery care, or it may be managing an aspect of organizing care. The intervention, and this is very important, we have 4 types of the intervention that can be used in formulating the question. Either it is a therapeutic intervention, it is preventive measure, it is a diagnostic test, or it is a managerial process. And this is why we name our question according to this. So it could be a therapeutic, preventive, diagnostic, or managerial. The comparison is defined the alternative interventions that can be compared with the current. So either we have a intervention or a control group. Usually the control is the current practice and the intervention is the new practice. And the outcome is what we desire from the research or from the evidence that we have. It could be beneficial and it could be none, but we have to know what is the outcome we are looking for. So how we can look in the literature, what type of research I need for my evidence-based practice question. If my question is therapeutic, therapy or intervention, definitely I need a randomized control trial that fulfill the criteria of RCTs or randomized control trial. If I want to have only a prevention, then it could be RCT or prospective cohort study. If my evidence-based practice question is diagnostic procedure or it is a method of assessment, then I need RCT cohort study, any type of cohort. It could be prospective, it could be retrospective. The outcome of particular health problem, or we call it prognosis, and a lot of evidence-based practice that are deal with prognosis, they have to come, we need to use or have to come from cohort study or case control study. Etiology or causation evidence-based question, it has to be cohort also or case control. And the other, which is mainly qualitative, the meaning, the lived experience, the descriptive, the attitude and belief, it is of course descriptive study or qualitative study. These are some models. You can find different models in references in manual of evidence-based practice on how to phrase your PICO. If it is diagnosis, therapy, or prognosis, each one have a way to phrase your clinical question or your PICO question. So you can find those a lot in all of the manual for evidence-based practice, just to be applied for the evidence-based practice project. So how I can develop a sustainable culture of evidence-based practice, and this is the most important piece, is if we don't have an evidence-based practice culture in our work, it's so difficult to come up with a good evidence-based practice. It has to be a culture. It has not to be one person or some of the people who are using it. It has to be a culture. So evidence-based practice provide a framework and a process for systematic incorporation of research evidence and patient preference into clinical decision-making at level of individual practitioner and at the level of the health organization as a whole. So without awareness of the impact of this culture on the utilization of research evidence, strategies for changes will almost certainly fail. So we need this culture to introduce any change for evidence-based practice in our healthcare organization. So evidence-based practice culture is one in which good decisions are taken more than bad decisions. Those good decisions should be included or should be based on the clinical experience of the healthcare professionals, on the available resources, on the evidence from research, and it has to be the research that suits the evidence and the patient preference or the patient value. So the key component of evidence-based organization are the individual and the team who can find, appraise, and use the research evidence. And then systems that promote evidence-based decision and facilitate culture environment. Most of the studies that talk about the barrier to evidence-based practice culture is a system. It's not individual. Individuals are sometimes very enthusiastic and very positive in using new results of research as an evidence in the practice. But systems are sometimes a struggle come from the system. If the system is not permitting the evidence-based practice culture, then any individual cannot do it easily. So evidence-based organization culture requires a commitment at all levels. At our level as individual, at the level of our teams, all of us, and the health system and the organization at all. So the evidence-based healthcare key process is 5 elements. The first one, of course, we have to look at our healthcare problems, and we have to convert those healthcare problems into focused healthcare questions or PICO questions. And then we have to search for the best available research evidence through the research. Now, having a literature is very easy because we are no more using the traditional library. We all use the electronic library, and this is make it easier at any time, at any point, and very handable. And then we have to have the skills and competency of critical appraisal of evidence that we collected or retrieved. Then implement the evidence, and then we have to audit and our implementation and to evaluate it. So the steps of creating evidence-based culture are 3 steps generally. You can find many steps. It can be incorporated in each place, but diagnosing the challenges of change practice, understanding complexity. This is the first step. We have to diagnose the challenges we face in our healthcare complexity environment. And then how can evidence-based innovation and culture be encouraged in our community, health community, in our environment, and then how can the change or the introduce new practice happen. So the first one is diagnosing the challenges to change practice, understanding complexity. It starts with that we have to identify all groups involved or affected or influence the proposed change in the practice. Who are they? Are they supportive? Are they with us in the same line, or they are resisting of change? We have to collect data about our environment. We have to assess the characteristic of the proposed change, because that proposed change could be doable, could not be doable. So we have to collect enough of data about the change that we are introducing. We have to assess the preparedness of the health professional with us to that change. Are they have the enough information and competency to come on board with us? And then we have to identify the potential external barrier to the change. Many of the changes have barrier out of our hand, external than our environment. And then we have to identify the likely enabling factor, including resources and the skill. This is why we have to prepare as much as we can our environment and our group for the change that is coming, including education, including fund, including preparing of the higher authority. The second step is how can evidence-based innovation and culture be encouraged? Of course, the innovation, whatever it is, could be very complex. And the innovation itself needs to be understood between the teams of the health professional. And it has to be relevant to their practice. Again, the individual and group involved, do they have all the equipment needed, including knowledge and competency? They know what is the change mean to the practice, the outcome of the change, and the system in which the innovation must be operated. How is our system? Is it a rigid? How is our administration? It is a visionary type of administration that look for a change, for a better practice, or we have an organization that have a hierarchical administration that struggle with each change. What is the external communication and professionalism in our organization? These we have to collect enough data regarding our system before we start implementing the change for evidence-based practice. Then we have to have the linkage between the innovation or the change we are doing in systematic context and individualized who are involved with the change. Again, in how can the evidence or the innovation culture be encouraged? The element of culture can be manipulated in an organization drive to foster innovation. How can we manipulate that culture? Is it flexible culture, linear culture, or it is rigid culture? And not all elements of an organization system can be controlled by the clinician. Sometimes it needs the higher authority and the management to be on board with you to encourage the innovation. Again, the capacity of absorbing new knowledge vary. Introducing knowledge into organization environment which is not receptive to change may lead to failure to innovate or change value. So we have to know our culture, we have to prepare our organization for any change. So next is the step 3. The step 3 is how can we implement the change? And actually implementing the change in most of the project for evidence-based practice, they have to develop a toolkit, a very organized manual for implementation of the evidence-based practice. We have to develop an evidence-based literature regarding our project so people can go back to it while they're implementing the evidence or the new change, and what works and what doesn't work. So we have to have continuous education. We have to have clinical guidelines that done regarding our evidence-based practice and audit and feedback. So how can we support the evidence-based culture to sustain it, first of all, to develop it or to establish it, then to sustain it for continuity of care? Some of the tools are very easy to be done. Usually when we say you need a tool, that means you need either to develop something. There is very simple things that we can do that can support the evidence-based culture and sustainability of evidence-based culture. Grand round is one of the good practice that help to support the evidence-based culture. A staff meeting, magnet status that all the hospital now are trying to meet, and I think your hospital, Faqih Hospital, is working toward magnet. Magnet is the best tool to support evidence-based practice culture. And then it has to be included in the job description. And if it is included in performance appraisal, that will be great, because that will support, that will let the people work toward the evidence-based practice culture. Journal club, by any mean of its type, it could be a brown bag plug, a lunch club that people will discuss a literature, and then supporting staff and staff empowerment and evidence-based mentor. If we need to have supporting evidence-based culture, we have to look at our profession. Who's having the skill of evidence-based practice could be the mentor for my group or for me, or many mentors at the same time. And it is very important to have a mentor that has the experience and the expertise for evidence-based practice. So if we develop the evidence-based practice project, how to implement it, there is many strategies to implement. First of all, we have to create that strategy or to choose between strategies. So development of cadre of evidence-based mentor who are immersed or who is very expert in the evidence-based, could be a nurse leader, clinical nurse specialist, nurse educator, or even staff nurse who have enough knowledge and experience, could be a very good part of the implementation. All nurses who are specialized, a nurse educator could have like a 5-day, a 10 days evidence-based practice workshop, and that will help a lot. Sometimes offering not 5 days, offering different hours of continuous education to the staff, and then it could be quarterly mentoring meeting, yearly mentoring meeting, half a year mentoring meeting. All of these are a strategy to implement the evidence-based practice, which is already started. So there is different ways. There is some tracking sheets to be used for the implementation, and those tracking sheets are available on the internet. It can be used to track your implementation strategy of evidence-based practice. Okay, if I have an evidence-based practice, what is the most common use of evidence-based practice? Evidence-based practice clinical guidelines are the most useful and most effective and efficient tool to be used in to apply an evidence base. The evidence-based practice guidelines are systematically developed statements designed to assist practitioner and patient decision about appropriate health care for specific clinical circumstances. So we could have evidence-based practice for diabetic patient, evidence-based practice guideline for wound care, evidence-based practice guideline for sepsis, and so forth. So it could be anything for specific clinical circumstances. The purpose of the practice guideline is to use the current best evidence to make explicit recommendation with the intent that practitioner will adopt and use this recommendation to improve practice outcome. And of course, this is applicable to nursing. So the benefit of practice guideline are a lot. There is benefit for the patient, there is benefit for the institution, and benefit for the health professional himself, a nurse, physician, or any other health professional. So the benefit of the guideline to the patient is to improve the quality of care received by the patient and improve health outcome. Guideline can be used to reduce inappropriate variation in practice, to reduce morbidity and mortality and improve quality of life. It improves the consistency of care and reduce disparities in care. Also, guidelines empower patients to make more informal healthcare choice and to consider their personal needs and preference in selecting the best option offered to them. Clinical guidelines can help patients by influencing public policy. For the professionals, clinical guidelines can improve the quality of clinical decision, competency, and skills. They offer explicit recommendations for clinicians who are uncertain about how to proceed, improve the consistency of care. It provides authoritative recommendations that reassure practitioners about the appropriateness of their treatment policy. It also clarifies which interventions are of proof, benefit, and document the quality of the supporting data. For professionalism, clinical guidelines can support quality improvement activity and quality improvement project. The principle of developing guideline is similar to the principle of evidence-based practice itself at the beginning. So it has to be developed by a verifiable systematic literature search and review. So always we have to have the access to literature and the skill of having literature review. It should contain specific systematically developed recommendation for strategies and intervention. And it should identify the evidence that supports the recommendation and make the evidence available for evaluation. As you see, the big umbrella is the guideline, and it comes under it all the evidence-based practice. So it should be produced under sponsorship of approved professional organization or societies or recognized organization or agency. It should be developed or revised within every 5 years. Actually, most of the literature is say 5 years, but nowadays there is a lot of dynamic changing in the scientific evidence, so it becomes like sometimes 3 to 5 years. It depends on the case and it depends on the clinical, specific clinical situation. And as you see, the clinical guideline is very important for change or an innovation in each organization. So if we want to develop them, there is a process to develop guidelines. I will give you just a brief on how to develop a clinical practice guideline. There is a lot of movement internationally, globally, and locally. There is a group from the Saudi Professional Nursing Society developing practice guideline. Most of the societies, the scientific society, and the Saudi Commission now developing guideline. So how we can develop the clinical guideline? We have to identify our clinical problem, and then we systematically review all the literature needed, related and relevant to the problem, and evaluate those evidence, means appraising them. Critical appraisal is a very important skill. Then writing the guideline and disseminate the guideline. I'm not going to go through it in details, but the problem identification, we have to have the topic on priority. It has to have several criteria. So the frequency of the intervention or the prevalence of the condition. For example, obesity. I need to have a clinical guideline of prevention of obesity. It could be prevention, it could be management, potential for improving outcomes. For example, asthma. Nowadays, with the weather change, we have a lot of cases of asthma. It could be in adult or in pediatric. The seriousness of the problem. For example, any type of problem, food allergy here is an example. The cost. What is the cost of the screening tests, for example? So I can develop a clinical guideline with all the better, strong evidence, and then the available research base, for example, for any type of problem. When I identify a problem, I have to put it in the PICO, which is, as we said, population, intervention, control, and outcome. Then we have to do a systematic review, like we do literature review, and we can use many of the database. We have available now the CNAL, which is nearly nursing index. We have ERIC, we have Medline, PubMed, We have Cochrane. Cochrane, by the way, is the most important available database for evidence-based practice. So Cochrane, if you want to look at a guideline, first you look at Cochrane and then you can see the other database. And then they evaluate the evidence, and as I said, this is a competency of critical appraisal of all the literature you have. So you have to rate the type of evidence, which is higher, which is RCT, and then come down to cohort study or single, and so forth. Then provide an overall opinion of the cumulative strengths of the evidence. Strength of evidence can be measured, and there are several tools that can measure the strengths of the evidence. There is a tool called AGREE. I put it here as an example. It is for the appraisal of the guideline for research and evaluation. And AGREE is a very good tool. It's a common tool. It is used everywhere to evaluate the research for the strengths of the evidence. So this is the shape of AGREE. Then at the end, to evaluate of evidence, as we said, there is different method to evaluate of evidence. We can say high quality evidence A, B, or by 1 up to 7. So it depends on how I grade the evidence. It can be graded, or it can be strength of the recommendation, how the recommendation is. Is it strong? Is it weak? It is good for the practice point. There is a lot of tools to evaluate the strengths of the recommendation of evidence-based practice. And then we can write of the evidence, then we can write the guideline. There is a standardized format. If you now just pull a guideline, you will find that it starts with a purpose statement describing the problem addressed, and then definition of the key term, the brief statement of listing a specific population who are the population that are affected by this disease or by this condition, patient or environment assessment, and then a description of step-by-step guide on how to implement into the practice, and then description of the process and outcome indicated. And then at the end, there is several tools and chart to be used when we have the guidelines. It could be a table describing the literature that you have with the evidence. It could be an algorithm that may be helpful, and then must have the reference that used for the practice guideline. This is just a little abbreviation of or summary of how to do a guideline. So internal, external review, usually you send it for expert to be reviewed, and outside your organization or inside the organization. So this is how the practice guide development cycle look like. It is the same. It is just we select a clinical problem, and then we can generate evidence-based recommendation and ratify those evidence-based recommendation by assessment and formulate practice guideline. We have to have an independent review, external and internal. We can negotiate the practice policy and adopt the guideline, and then implement the guideline, and then review the guideline at the end. So in conclusion, evidence-based guideline can change nursing practice and patient outcome on an effective and efficient care. To provide the most effective care, health professionals need ready access to the best evidence available through literature. So partnership and collaboration are needed to identify the existing evidence-based practice guidelines appropriate for use in health, to develop a new evidence-based practice guideline in priority area in need for evidence-based guideline, and to disseminate this guideline in format appropriate to the unique structure and setting of the healthcare. So nurses need to have an active role in guideline development for the adaptation of existing guideline to the local circumstances. It's not just that we can adopt the guideline and then adapt it in a way that it helps us in our unique situation. So guideline known to be very efficient. It proves in the literature it is perfect uses, could give or could result in a safe, comprehensive quality care for our patient. These are my references, and thank you very much. Any question, please?
Thank you very much, Dr. Thagwa, for spending your significant time explaining how to implement the evidence-based practices. We learned a lot. Actually, this 30 minutes discussion was equal to like a half-day workshop. Thank you very much. It was very informative. And now the platform is open if anybody have any question to Dr. Thagwa.
Thank you very much.
Any questions from the audience? Yes, I think Mr. Ahmad Hausavi, he has a question. Dr. Thagwa?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Ahmad Hausavi, he would like to ask a question.
مرحبا. عليكم السلام.
كيف حالكم دكتورة تقوى طيبة؟
الحمد لله.
Great to have you here actually. It's a really great presentation. Just one question just crossed my mind while you're speaking. For someone who just want to start cultivating the culture of evidence-based practices within a freshly new place where they don't actually, it's not really exist there. So if we brief it in a few steps, what's your advice?
I think, shukran Ahmed, thank you so much for your question. But I think the best thing to do, first of all, you cannot start an evidence-based practice solo, just only yourself. You have to find champion with you. So we have to create champion at the workplace first, who they want really to work with evidence-based practice and they want to learn about evidence-based practice. It is a learning process. If you create a group of champions, then you have to find an expert who's a mentor to help with developing the people or the team to become like having the enough knowledge and enough skill and competency in evidence-based practice. So I think having a team at the beginning and then having a mentor, it will be a very good. And then come after that the transformation of or the translation of knowledge from the expert, from the literature, from the library to the team. There is thing I know it came to the mind of everyone, time. Always people, they say we don't have time. Nurses have no time. They are so busy. I know you are so busy, but this is part of your business. If I used to tell my young nurses, if I'm not trying to find the good evidence in the practice, I would be practicing the thing I
think the Zoom link got expired. Yeah, it's our link. We have shared it. Thank you for Dr. Thagwa. I think maybe a recommendation can be made out of this symposium to have an evidence-based council, which we don't have currently in our hospital. We have only the research council. So it will be great to have an evidence-based council to come up with, to implement. We can have a representative from every service line so that they will be the link nurse to adopt evidence-based practices. Are we going to reconnect to Dr. Thagwa? Ira? I think maybe not. I think it's a time to go for a break. Let's have like a 5 minutes break. Only 5 minutes. So we'll be back by 2:40 to start with our next speaker. Thank you very much. I think we are ready to start 2:40. Our speaker is online. She is available. So I would like to request everyone to join the auditorium. So Miss Ira, is Miss Rasha is online? Is getting, okay.
Hi, Miss Rasha. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Hi, good afternoon,
You can
Miss
see me?
Rasha.
Good, good.
What a great day.
Yes. So are you ready to go, Miss Rasha?
Yes.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Exemplary professional practice is evidenced by effective and efficient care services, interprofessional collaboration, and high-quality patient outcomes. The achievement of exemplary professional practice is grounded in a culture of safety, quality, monitoring, and quality improvement. The autonomous nurses provide care based on the unique needs and attributes of the patient and their family, support system, or both. Without any further delay, let us welcome our next speaker virtually, Ms. Rasha Abu Chahin, MSc CPHQ, Fellowship in ISQA, Director of Quality and Risk Management, Magnet Program Management, International DAISY Ambassador at Faqih University Hospital. She is a senior healthcare professional specialized in healthcare management and operations with a focus on quality and performance excellence. Over 15 years of experience in quality improvement, shared governance, building excellence, customer satisfaction, team building and development, and change management. Well versed in numerous accreditation and recognition programs, including Joint Commission, Magnet, Pathway to Excellence, Plaintree, and DAISY Award. A motivational speaker and MC, participated in national and international conferences, research, team coaching, education, and training. Rasha is a certified professional in healthcare quality with fellowship in ISQA, has led accreditations through developing required infrastructure, strategy, and people, designing and implementing programs, building and training high-performing teams with a strategic focus on compassionate nursing and empirical outcomes. With proven managerial and communication skill, she is currently the QRM Director and Magnet Manager at Faqih University Hospital. Let's all welcome Ms. Rasha to present her topic. Thank you very much, Ms. Rasha.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to all the attendees, the virtual ones, and those physically present. First, I want to thank the organizing committee and the scientific committee, as well Faqih Group for giving me this opportunity, for giving us all this opportunity to share knowledge and keep learning and to be empowered. I'll be speaking today about the inculturation of evidence-based practice, and I will share now my screen. Everyone can see?
Oh, Ms. Rasha.
So our session is about how to nurture exemplary professional practice culture at the bedside.
Ms. Rasha, we are still not seeing your screen. Yes, now we go.
So when we talk about exemplary professional practice, we're talking about the core of Magnet. We're talking about the base or the essence of the Magnet model. It is about the potential or what the practice of professional nursing can achieve. What can we achieve as nursing? It presents our values, our leadership, our collaboration, our professional development, and our care delivery system. The base of Magnet nurses is how autonomous they are, how much they are able to exercise their clinical knowledge and their organizational judgment within the bigger context or the larger context of organization and interdisciplinary care teams. There are certain ingredients for success. There are certain factors that we need to have in order to reach this exemplary professional practice. And it all starts with the transformational leadership. Without this strategic direction, this strategic support from our leaders, we will not be able at any time to reach any exemplary profession that we ever dream of. There should be solid operational plan and direction for the nursing team, a strong nursing practice that is based on foundation, standardization, evidence-based processes, a very skilled communicated staff that are able to make sure that every message is being delivered to the right person. They are empowered to speak up. They are empowered to share their knowledge and to communicate. Resource stewardship. Those nurses, they need people to guide them. They need people to train them. As my fellow speakers said since the morning, we spoke a lot about the resource and how we need to guide others, how we need to train them to know what they need to do. Autonomy, and this is something that we empower our nurses to do, and it is one of the most important factors for exemplary professional practice. And accountability is not waiting for anyone to tell you what to do, or not waiting for anyone to show you where are the problems, but you take this lead and you go forward and you say, I'm responsible for this, I always do this thing and I need to make a change. And embrace yourself in a lifelong learning journey and caring journey, because you care about your profession, because you care about those patients. It is not a 12-hour shift, it is a profession. Self-reflection. We all do mistakes. We all reflect. We all practice things that sometimes we're not very proud of, or maybe we say that could have done it in a better way. Self-reflection is very important because it teaches us what went wrong and how we can correct it. Collaboration. Nothing is done in a solo. Maybe your own professional development, being autonomous, accountable, but other than that, when it comes to the nursing profession, collaboration is a must. Supportive environment in order for us to really excel and make changes and have an outstanding outcomes on site, in the community, on our patients, definitely is a must. How to lead the change? You need to be the change that you want the world to see. You need to be a leader. Every one of us is a leader. Every one of us has the potential to learn and to teach others that are with them on the team. So this knowledge is transferable, and this knowledge pushes and motivates others. Do not follow where the path may lead. Go instead where there is no path and leave a trail. And this is what magnet organizations do. This is exemplary professional practice, when you do something different, something that other hospitals or other nurses have not done. As I said about exemplary professional practice, it starts with leadership. So definitely there are factors for this leadership, exemplary leadership it is called, and these are the 5 practices where the leader encourages those nurses, encouraging from the heart, and not because we need to reach there, and they need to model the way. You need to be this role model for the other nurses. If you're a senior nurse, you need to be a role model for the junior. If you're a junior nurse, you need to be a role model for the one who just joined. It is just a cascade of this practice. Inspiring. We need to have a shared vision. We need all to know, where is this department going? Where is this organization going? Do we share the same vision? Are we part of this vision? And then challenge. We need to challenge every process. We need to challenge our knowledge. We need to challenge our practices and say, you know what? It shouldn't be like this. It is very complicated. We need to make it better. We can be better. We need to innovate. We need to be out of the box. Let's think out of the box. And the 5th one is enabling others to act. So it is not about micromanaging. It's not about telling people to do 1, 2, 3, but it is to let them do, to let them, to unleash their powers, as we say. And let me say that every organization that chooses to innovate rather than replicate must be able to define its problems artfully and experiment its way to solutions. Because problems are there, it is very important to be able to define what is this problem exactly, and think about it from a different perspective. I just don't want you to take an idea that replication is bad. No, replication is also good. Sometimes you can get an idea and say, you know what, I don't have to reinvent the wheel. Let's do this and test if it is practical or not. But innovation is when you add your own spices into the process or into this recipe and make it customized. We go from the exemplary leaders. If we have those exemplary leaders, then definitely we will have exemplary nurses. It is two ways direction. You cannot have one without the other. Those nurses are those, we call them specialized nurses. They are positive, they are very sure about the change. They know that healthcare does not happen without quality, without equity. They know what are the unmet needs, and they know their population, and they are able to address it, to address things. When we are talking about exemplary nurses, we are talking about either introducing a new or improving a product, a process, a service, a resource, or a value. It must be an added value. We should have an intentional introduction and application within our roles or within our group, like a specialty or department. We need to have ideas and processes, what we should do. You put things, you align them, you plan accordingly, and then you try to adopt different approaches or design different approaches, either that on a group level or organization level, and then see how can that benefit my patient, how can that benefit my department, how can that benefit Faqih or my hospital, how can that benefit the community that I live within. Definitely, whenever we're having an excellence in leadership and excellence in nursing, we will have excellence in our practice, and people will choose us, not because we are magnet designated, but because we have the real excellence in what we do. So creativity, and this is sometimes there is a confusion between what is creativity and innovation. Creativity is thinking about new things, but innovation is when it comes to doing new things. It's about ensuring that the excellence is there in a different approaches and different methodologies. I'll take you back to the beginning, to the start. You all know this lady, right? We all know Florence Nightingale. She was the essence of the nursing profession as we know it, and the base of what we have today. The reason I'm mentioning Florence Nightingale today is that the exemplary professional practice is not new. Maybe it is now a term being used recently. Innovation is not new. Since the 19th century, Florence Nightingale said, and I'm quoting, "I attribute my success to this. I never gave or took any excuse. The belief that you can make something better, were there none who were discontented with what they have, the world would never reach anything better. Nurse-led innovations has the power to transform health and healthcare systems. It disrupts the status quo by transforming experiences." And now, if we look at what we have now, this is since the start, since the time of Florence, believing that it is not enough what we're doing. There is no excuses for what we're doing. We need to do something better. We need to dig for things. We need to say no, to improve, to make sure that our people and our patients are safe. We go to the history today. We go, sorry, for today, to the present. Now we have 27 million men and women who make up the global nursing and midwifery workforce as per the WHO. Nurses account for almost 50% of the global health workforce in general. The largest need-based shortages of nurses and midwives are in the Southeast Asia and Africa. 70% of the health and social workforce are women compared to 41% of all employment sectors. 50% of the new nursing graduates leave the bedside within the 2 years of practice. Why am I mentioning this? Because we need to find a link between nursing in the history, nursing now, and nursing in the future in order to maintain this profession and in order to reach exemplary, safe healthcare across the globe. The nursing in the future, you know, technology will be there. There is advances, there is more demand, there is a very high demanding population as well, rapid testing, new diseases. So we have a huge change coming. Not coming, we are starting it already, and it is there. A greater focus on the artificial intelligence, on integrating the technology systems and smart systems. There is a need for a new skill set that the nurses must have in order to be able to care for those on the bedside without any obstacles or like seamlessly. We need to attract and retain those that are best and the brightest. because investing in the people who are not interested to stay, who are leaving within 2 years, in the nurses who do not believe in this vision will be a loss of time. We need to attract those nurses who believe that their job is much more than coming, giving a medication and going home. We need to create pathways in education and training, invest in them to be able to identify the problems we're talking about and find solutions for them. We need to train them not only to leave with a stethoscope, but a briefcase as well. And we are talking here about advanced practice nurses who are now able to open their own clinics and treat patients by their own. This is the future of nursing. This is where we want to be. Now, from today to the future, there is a long journey that we need to to integrate, to embrace, and to move forward to. We need to make nurse-led changes. We need to show others the power that we have to transform the healthcare. We need to show them our evidence-based practice studies, our projects, our changes in the outcomes that have led to a better organizations and better systems. We need to create new models of care, safety practices, efficient processes, make innovations, challenge the current system, challenge the status quo, and improve outcomes, as I said. When assessing a patient or a problem, we don't only consider results. We consider everything. We are critical thinker. We define the problem, yes, and then we combine every single objective data that is present on the ground. Because we are the frontliners, we know how things go better. There is no one more experienced than us in the patient journey and in finding solution and in thinking of innovative things that could lead to better outcomes. And we need to work as a teamwork. We need to empower this teamwork to create solutions to make sure that every patient receives the best possible treatment. Problem solving is a key management skills, and in order to think about a problem, you need to break it down. So you start by thinking, what are your assumptions? What is working? What is not working about this particular problem? And then you find out one key question. You need to think about one key question and simplify it and say, focus about the interventions, simple interventions, minor steps that could be taken to help us test those assumptions and questions. And then you need to ask yourself, what impact do you want to see from every single intervention to be done? If the impact is minimal and the intervention and the efforts are high, then maybe you need to drop it and you need to focus more on the ones that have a higher impact on the outcomes. And then in order to make sure that you will succeed, you need to develop KPIs to ensure that your processes and your acts are meaningful and are measurable. There are implications for this process of thinking and breaking of problems. The implications for managers is learning how to define a problem creatively, break it into manageable parts, and systematically work towards a solution. It is a core skill for those managers. Management and inquiry. The role of leadership is to focus on what matters, to ask a good question. I know that there is no bad question, but there are questions that are really good, because it will help us distinguish what is substantive and what is technical, what we have control over and what we don't have control over. Because most of the time, many practices stop at a certain step because we feel that there is a lot of technical obstacles and a lot of technical issues or a lot of resources that we cannot get. So we find problems that stops us from getting this exemplary professional practice rather than going forward to it. Management to enable problem solving through defining what is worth solving, bringing us together, bringing the most talented people, the subject matter experts into the discussion and giving them resources, asking people from different disciplines, and the best projects are those that involve multidisciplinary teams. So the problem solving, and especially under pressure, you know how stressful is the healthcare system. You know how complex, how demanding it is. And this applies to every single process that we do, from blood transfusion to treating a patient with MI, to even dealing with a child in pain. It is not easy. We work under pressure all the time. You cannot say that if we are stressful, I think Tagwa said that in the meeting, in the session before me, we cannot say we don't have time. This is our job. We always work under pressure. We always need to think out of the box. We always have this responsibility to find solutions for those problems. We cannot say, this is how we've been doing it the whole time, this is how things are. No, we need to defy, we need to think about things outside the box, we need to think about solution. So how to get things done? Through using tangible results. And then making sense of the trends, looking, observing what is happening now, what have happened repeatedly, who have been involved, how this have been done. So you monitor things over now, immediately, midterm and long term. You identify what is happening and observe. And then you define your rules. You need to identify rules, especially when teams are involved, because teams have different expectations and different personalities, and they come from different schools. Some of them might have misunderstanding for certain roles, misunderstanding for what is the major outcome that we want to have from this project or this exemplary profession. So identify your rules and agree on those rules, including the accountability part and the responsibility part. Then check what are your assumptions and focus on the working assumptions. What could work? Your hypothesis, your thoughts might not all be working. So when you do these, when you meet with the team and you do brainstorming and you ask, do you think this will work? Do you think this will bring change? So this is when you ask the right questions and you hear the feedback of others. And this is, it's like you're thinking out loud of if it will work or worth taking a step to change it or not.
Excuse me, Ms. Rasha, 2 minutes more,
yes.
Your Zoom meeting will be disconnected. 2 minutes more.
Oh, I have only 2 minutes left?
2 minutes more.
Okay.
Thank you.
This is our project at FUH. It is a project that has been done, an example of the exemplary professional practice. We followed all of those steps I was talking about now, breaking a problem. We gathered a team to focus on improving, the focus was to improve and detect IV infiltration to enhance the patient safety. And it was a nursing initiative that is based on the OVR system and on some observations from the nursing. It was a project that is led by nurses and done by nurses. My part was only facilitation, guidance, and training in quality. This team has met for several times, have digged and break down all the problems that have led to IV infiltration incidents. They have identified what could be the reasons, and then they met and identified what are the key assumptions that we need to work on and focus on rather than the whole picture that could lead to improvement processes and change in practice. What have been done later is we identified those KPIs and made them specific, measurable, achievable, and relevant and time-bound to make sure that whatever we are doing and change we are proposing is effective and can be understood by every single nurse on the ground. Our goals were to initiate a nursing purposeful round to enhance patient safety and satisfaction, to create evidence on the effect of the purposeful round program on the patient satisfaction, to standardize the IV insertion practice across FUH to develop standard work processes and ensure safety, to develop visual awareness and education material on IV care, and to attain and maintain zero IV infiltration rate, mostly in pediatrics. This was the comprehensive plan, the goals set, the accountability, the timelines, the status update that we used in order to make the team all stay tuned and stay aware. This is a sample of the brainstorming we did, the root cause analysis, the final tool that we have reached. And this is where I want to say that we did not only get what was there on the ground. We did not go for any purposeful round. We did not go for the hourly round that was there on the internet or when we did the evidence-based practice or our studies. No, we went one step further and we created our own tool that is called the 7 Ps tool. And we made a lot of changes, including improvement in the technology. We looked into the practices about the support system, the fixation, and we took evaluation from every single nurse. This is the 7P, this is the innovation, this is the exemplary professional practice I'm talking about. It focuses on a round that asks patients about 7 Ps Are you in pain? You check the perfusion and the IV. You check if the patient needs to go to the toilet, potty, and even if they are, if they have voided, positioning, if the patient needs positioning, he needs to walk, he needs to, it's kind of skin assessment as well. Possession, to make sure that everything that around the patient is close to him, including the call bell, peaceful environment around the patient, that he is happy. This will not only reflect on the outcomes of the IV infiltration, but also on the patient satisfaction, on the safety. We have tackled skin integrity, we have tackled pain assessment, we have tackled the IV infiltration, all through using the IV, the purposeful rounds. This is the educational leaflets that we have introduced, where patients are part of this education, included some visual friendly pictures for children to be able to be partners in care, and this was our focus, and the role of the patients to play and to be involved and to be aware on their responsibility also to keep their IVs proper. There was a video I want to share with you, educational video that we standardized. This is post the implementation focused training for everyone on several units to make sure that they are doing the same and they understand the same. To make sure that our project have worked, we did a randomized sample assessment or a verification to see the compliance. 1,124 files were audited, 71% fully compliant, 25% were for short stay, 2% were not complete only, and 2% were not done. But this is a major achievement really that I'm very proud of for all the nurses. You still can hear me?
Can hear you, Ms. Rasha.
Okay, good. I thought I lost you for a while. My message for today is there were obstacles to this change. It was a very lengthy process. It was stressful at the beginning, especially when we started piloting it on a certain with certain nurses. So it was hard for people to understand the clear purpose, to have a clear process, to set their minds free, to say that I'm not scared to do it and fail. Let's do it and maybe we will fail and do something else. We had a fear to lose time, to lose the momentum. There is no incentives, of course. This was done all extra to the nurses' daily job and daily stress. There is the myopia. Some people, they didn't see the long-term outcomes of this project, but after we did it, we understand that for everything there is an emotional journey. There is all those parts that we need to go through, from the anxiety to the happiness. Some of them will go into the denial. Some of them will feel threatened to fill this purposeful round and to follow. Some of them will be depressed and they will be like, some of them will be delusional. It's not me, I'm going. Some of them will be hostile and aggressive, but at the end, success will be there, exemplary practice will be there, the acceptance will be there, and then it will be the new practice where everyone embrace and know that it's part of the job. So the lessons learned were human and people-centered inquiry to understand the needs of your consumer, mostly the nurses and the patient, to design your intervention based on your problems, to design prototypes and explore potential solutions, to share the slow-baked ideas. Start slowly, bake your ideas slowly, and then it will, when the bun is ready to, everyone will smell and everyone will be happy to be part of this. Focus on simplicity of the solutions, not on the obstacles, not on what we cannot do, but on what we can do, even with minor steps, even at a simple scale or smaller scale. Cultural assumption of the senior sponsorship, senior support, risk-taking, learning, talent management, experimentation, bottom-up inquiry, and systems to leverage the research and evidence-based practice so nurses know what to look for. I'm going back here to the history to say that we cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. This is my final message, but before I finish today, I want to show you this video.
Intravenous cannulation is a technique
Ms.
in
Rasha,
which
we
a
are not
cannula
seeing the
is
screen.
placed inside a vein to provide venous access to allow blood
Yes, now we
sampling,
can see.
administration of fluids, medications, nutrition, and blood products. In conducting an intravenous cannulation, you will need the following supplies: cannula, alcohol swab, tourniquet, Posiflush, T-connector or three-way stopcock, or gloves, sharp box, and tray. Remember to always wash your hands before every procedure. First, choose a site. Most of pediatrics and infants will have visible vein at hand. Next, prime the connector with Posiflush. Place under pad.
Ms. Rasha, you are done with your video? Ms. Rasha? I think it's disconnected. Okay. So thank you very much. I think Ms. Rasha, on behalf of Ms. Rasha, Mr. Faqi is here. She is very busy covering dual role as a quality manager, magnet program manager, finding time to give us a token of knowledge, especially exemplary professional practice. This is the heaviest module or component in magnet, which leads to patient satisfaction, nurse satisfaction, and clinical indicators, led by Ms. Kadra in the hospital. So unfortunately, we don't have Ms. Rasha connected to ask for any question and answer. So thank you very much. Let me leave the floor to my colleague, Mr. Romiran.
So good afternoon, everyone. So it's a pleasure to be here with you all guys. And it's an honor to introduce the next speaker. So safe medication administration is one of our priority as a nurse. So like what Ma'am Kadra said before, we are not just only nurses that follow orders, but we are empowered to question them. Do you agree? So it's a team collaboration or teamwork. So do you know that in medication, there are 5 moments also? I will leave that question to all of you. It's your assignment. Because I'm not a speaker, so I will not discuss about it. So going back to the introduction, our next speaker has a postgraduate diploma in total quality management from American University in Cairo. She has also a postgraduate diploma in advanced total quality management from Cambridge Training College and has a 14 years experience in quality risk management. She is a risk manager for 8 years. And 2 years ago, she joined the Faqi family, wherein she participated in various accreditation, compliance, and quality processes, and the development of procedures that enhance quality outcomes. She is a leader, a manager, and a reviewer for organization-wide processes for quality improvement, risk management, and making our hospital a great place to work. Okay, our next speaker discussing about medication without harm. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my utmost pleasure to informally present Dr. Lamyaris.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. Our topics overview for today: medication without harm strategic framework, key steps for ensuring medication safety, prescribing partnership, key steps to start improving medication safety, challenges to improve medication safety practices. Unsafe medication practice and medication error are one of the leading causes of injury and avoidable harm in healthcare system across the world. Globally, the cost associated with medication error has been estimated $42 billion annually. Errors can occur at different stages of medication use process, as all we know about the stages of medication use process: prescribing, transcribing, dispensing, administration, and monitoring. Medication errors occur when weak medication system and or human factors such as fatigue, poor environmental conditions, or staff shortage affect the practice at any stage of medication use process, which can then result in severe harm, disability, and even death. Faqih Care aligned its strategic framework for medication without harm with WHO when they came with the global third patient safety challenge, medication without harm. The strategic framework component is composed of 4 domains and 16 subdomains with 3 prioritized area for focusing and improvement. First domain, system and the practice of medication, leadership and governance. This is about leadership commitment and oversight through committees, B&T committee and high-level committees, prescribing, preparation and dispensing, the implementation of all medication safety standard through all stages, administration and patient monitoring and evaluation. The second domain, which is medicines, product quality and safety. This is through a well-established medical supply system, naming, labeling by implementing all the standards in labeling in medication, high alert medication, look-alike, sound-alike, near expire, logistic storage and disposal of medication also, the storage condition, humidity, temperature, disposal, especially for narcotics and high alert medication, right product at point of care. Third domain, healthcare professional, focusing in education and training, communication and teamwork, capability and point of care, incident reporting and learning. Patient and the public, fourth domain, public awareness and medication literacy, especially for chronic patient and comorbid patients, patient engagement, reporting by patients, and encourage a patient for reporting any adverse drug reaction, side effect, involvement of patient organizations. Top risk areas to implement in medication safety, high risk situations. This is the handling of high risk medication, high alert medication, look-alike, sound-alike, and this starts by identifying those medications. And each organization should identify its list of high alert medication, and this list must be reviewed by and approved by B&T committee. Then they will work in the safety on those medications by their standard and preventive measures, by labeling, double checking the preparation or dispensing, administration, and monitor its effect even after administration. Polypharmacy, this is for multiple comorbidity, patients who have multiple disease and have administered multiple medication. Healthcare provider should orient the patient and review medication for its side effect, drug-drug interaction, drug-food interaction, and even before all of this, he should do a risk-benefit analysis before prescribing even those medication. Transition of care, this is the area that the patient is transferred between levels of care from higher level to higher level, or either to lower level at the point from outpatient, then become inpatient, from medical center to hospital. Many standards should be implemented, and the most important one is reconciliation of medication, and many medication errors occur because non-compliance to medication reconciliation, and engaging patient in this process. Key steps for ensuring medication safety. First, appropriate prescribing and risk assessment, and this is start with the risk-benefit analysis of medication that will be ordered. Medication review, this is a multidisciplinary comprehensive medication review process, and whereby the risk and benefit of each medication is considered to ensure patient safety. For the review process starts by the doctor when he is reviewing, for example, medication upon admission with the reconciliation. Then the pharmacist, who is the one reviewing the medication one by one. Then next step upon dispensing also. And before administration, nurse is responsible to verify medication order as per medication profile. Dispensing, preparation, and administration. In medication use process, those steps, there is a probability to cause harm to the patient due to any error. And we should implement all medication strategy on those steps. Communication and patient engagement, there should be a proper communication between healthcare provider and patient, and engaging the patient in their medication use process. Medication reconciliation at the transition of care, it's a formal process in which healthcare professional must ensure with the patient accurate and complete medication information transfer at interfaces. Prescribing partnership. This is the link between the healthcare provider who is delivering the care and patient. By prescribing partnership, we can fill the gap between the patient and the healthcare provider in each stage of medication use process. In prescribing stage, before prescribing, the healthcare provider and physician, he should decide if the prescription is indicated or not, discuss the choices with the patient, and check references. While he is prescribing, he should ensure the right patient, appropriate medicine, appropriate dose of administration, appropriate route, appropriate duration. In storage, dispensing, and preparation stage, the healthcare provider should ensure that right patient, right medicine, right dose, right route of administration, right duration, right labeling. For example, if high alert medication should be flagged, right storage condition. Also for administration, the stage that the healthcare provider, mainly nurses, are engaged with the patient. They should ensure right patient, right medicine, right dose, right route, and right frequency. This is how the link will be between healthcare providers and patient in medication use process. Key steps to start improving medication safety. All organizations seek to improve their medication safety, and as per our goal 2020 to be zero harm. That's why medication safety is one of the top areas that all organization is working on it. And to start to improve, first we should secure senior leadership commitment, because as all we know that without the leadership commitment, we cannot achieve anything. Then we will formulate a team, develop a work plan, then do a process mapping for current process and what we want it to be. And then after we formulate the process map for the current process and our goal or our aim, we should define the problem and the gap between the current and future. Then after this, we will collect our baseline data and start to submit it frequently to see how we are achieving and processing. Of course, like any improvement, we should start small as a pilot or experimental, build the expertise and medication safety. Then after our pilot study, we should assess, evaluate the improvement. Then we will do the implementation through all the organization. The challenges to improve the current medication safety practices. For the challenges, many challenges that healthcare providers and the organizations are facing while they are trying to their best to improve the medication safety. First one, understanding of medication error and adverse drug reaction. Yani all healthcare providers should understand what's medication error and what's adverse drug reaction and when I should report. Yani this is very important, and by reporting we can learn from our lessons and improve more and more. Culture diversity and different background. يعني different background of healthcare providers. All of us is speaking in English, but we have different accent, which may be in some situation, like for example, verbal order, and they are giving the verbal order in the same language, but different pronunciation. This will impact on the safety of medication in this stage, and this must be considered by the organizations. Organization culture of safety. Also, improving medication safety, this is depending on the maturity of safety culture in this organization. Either it's pathological or reactive or cumulative, or it's proactive or generative, according to the level and how is the organization looking to the error and how they are, yani, their maturity to seek for the error to improve from it. Communication between a healthcare professional, also communication between healthcare professional and patients. One of the also, this is the most challenge that we are facing, workload or inadequate number of staff. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. So the platform is open for questions. So any questions? So, Mr. Mohammed Faqih.
Welcome.
Thank you so much for the presentation. It's a very interesting topic for nurses. I got excited, so here we go. The Pharmacy Therapeutic Committee is a platform where we discuss new medications that are presented to a formulary and some key performance indicators that are related to adverse drug event and medication errors. Is this enough, you think? And what is, in your opinion, some sort of a communication platform where nurses and doctors and pharmacists continuously talk together for the improvement of the medication practices at the hospital? What I'm trying to say here is the Pharmacy Therapeutic Committee is 1 hour per month. Yeah, where doctors, nurses, and pharmacists sit together to discuss very generic sort of KPIs, important but high-level KPIs. What is your suggestions on going into the details? Is this something the risk manager do on day-to-day, or is this something where we need to create another committee that talks about, that discusses details of what is happening on the floor, if there are some system issues? For example, most of the preventable medication errors are near misses that are reported by the pharmacy, right? Who digs deep into these near misses and put corrective measures for later improvement? And what sort of communication we can develop to leverage this discussion of the Pharmacy Therapeutic Committee from being very high level into going into the details?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. For medication error, we are starting by assigning the investigator. It should be the medication safety officer or clinical pharmacist. This is as per our policy. For high risk, for significant medication error and near misses, we are conducting a root cause analysis with all healthcare providers, either pharmacy, nurses, doctors. Our platform to discuss in details each incident and the area for improvement and where is the gap in the system. We have in DSFH patient safety huddle. This is it was twice per week, but يعني الحمد لله our culture is improved. يعني our OVR doubled. We were 500 per quarter, now we are 1,200 per quarter. Now it's once per week. All RCAs related to medication error, or even if it's non-medication related, are discussed in detail with the root causes, with each action plan, and all areas for improvement. And everyone is sharing, CMO, medical, surgical, nurses, of course, all of the team is there. This is يعني a good communication.
A great platform. Twice a week, you said, the patient safety huddle.
Yes.
Yeah, that's very frequent, and
Yes,
I think it's adequate.
يعني we have a unit safety huddle, patient safety huddle. Nursing, they are the one conducting it, and in some units and areas, it's shared between the physician and nurses. I proposed to our CEO to make it structural and level, يعني unit level, leader level, leadership level, then top management level. And this is inshallah what we are going to implement.
What we also created and was very helpful, maybe this is an idea, similar to your patient safety huddles, Doctora, was something called medication safety task force.
Yes.
So we are a small group of nurses, one senior nurse from the floor, and then a risk manager, and then one pharmacist, and then one of the physicians, junior physicians even. Yeah. And we used to put all those medications. Why we chose those people? Because those people are hands-on. They understand exactly what is happening.
Yes.
And we started in this task force meeting once a week or bi-weekly, and looking into details on what the pharmacist has to say. Yes. And very interesting improvements came out from this team. Very similar to your practice. I believe dedicating only 1 hour per month, like some organizations do,
it's not enough.
Is not enough really.
Especially with medication.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Shukran.
Welcome.
Thank you, sir. Another question from Ambassa.
Thank you, Dr. Lamia. Thank you very much for the great presentation. Actually, as a head of the Patient Teaching Center department, I have just a question, because this is my passion, to empower patients. Yes. And you talked about the polypharmacy. Yes. From your point of view, how we can control this, how we can put a plan or have an initiative. We know already that the chronic patients, they are running from one clinic to another clinic. As you mentioned before, drug-drug interaction or drug-food interaction. Yes. This physician will write a medication, and that physician will write a medication, and this physician will write another medication. And maybe the pharmacist cannot gather all those medication or put her eye or his eye on drug-drug interaction or drug-food interaction. To whom that we can refer, and who will be responsible for something like this? How we can even initiate something like this or have an initiative for our organization? Appreciated your feedback. Thank you.
Maybe you will take his idea to build or to formulate a task force team for polypharmacy. This task force team should include the physician and of course pharmacist, because they will start by do a risk-benefit analysis for the medication indication. If this medication is indicated, then the pharmacy will do her part in reviewing the medication order, drug into each medication. Then they will engage the patient with them regarding the choices, his choices of the medication, and what is the benefit for him, what is the risk. So if we formulate this team and start to identify those patients or those groups and work on their medication profile, try to review this medication, and even we can measure how many medication profile we reviewed, then the impact of those task force.
One of our recommendations in this symposium will have this task force led by Dr. Lamia.
Okay, agree.
وكل عام وانتم بخير.
والله it will give a excellent impact.
حبيبتي تحت امرك، لا تعالي كل يوم مفيش اي مشكله.
ماشي.
Thank you, Madam Shakir.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm just going back to the discussion of Mr. Faqih, having a medication management task force. Currently, we have two unit-based councils, not unit-based, hospital-wide councils. One is Nursing and Pharmacy Council, where Ma'am Jamaica is leading the council. I think it's a good idea to change the title a little bit and add a physician into it.
Yes.
I think, yes. And another council we have, which is Healing Council, where we have physician and all the multidisciplinary members are there. So I think it's good to have a revision of the council,
Yes.
especially Nursing and Pharmacy Council. We can have it like a Medication Safety Council. Then have a physician to be added as a member. I think Ma'am Jamaica is around here. Yes, yes, Ma'am Jamaica. I'm sure that Ma'am Jam will take care of it. Thank you.
Adding a physician could be a very good step, Shaibi, for that, because also they would tell you from the physician side what are things that can be improved in the system or in the practice, whether it's related to nursing competencies or pharmacy. Medication management, what makes it beautiful is that it's multidisciplinary.
Yes.
And it has multidisciplines that are working for the same purpose. That's why if the communication improves between the disciplines, the safety of the medication by default will increase.
Yes.
That's the bottom line of
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Another from Ma'am Kadra.
Yes, I just want to quote what Ms. Bassam mentioned about the drug-drug interaction for patients who are visiting multiple specialties. Our system, EMR system, has the ability to tell you where is the drug, when a drug is interacting with another drug. I think something we need to add to our system is to stop whenever there is a significant drug interaction from processing the order itself. Because I think now even if there is a drug-drug interaction, still the system will process, but it will alarm you. And in a big organization and a big number of volume, our staff may develop alarm fatigue, where they will not notice the alarm or the notification that say giving certain information. So having the system in place to help us in improving this safety measures is very important.
Yes. So to have the system to alarm us, this is good, but to stop, we cannot stop. This is the role of physician or of the task force team to do the risk-benefit analysis. The system cannot do this. So that's why it should alarm the team, give the alert, and the team will work on this. But to stop medication from the patient, maybe it's risky, but it's
benefit. I'm talking about the level of ordering.
Oh, okay.
So in order to proceed for the order, the system will tell you no.
He should give the
cannot
justification.
Change this because there is a significant interaction. Actually, that will allow the other physician, the same physician, to look for the previous medication that was ordered from different specialties.
Yes.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Lamia.
Welcome. Thank you.
So for that educative information. So moving on to our next speakers, I'm sorry. So because this is a multidisciplinary approach, so we have two speakers. So the first speaker I will introduce, she is very known to us. She is a colleague, and she graduated from Dr. Suleiman Faqih College of Nursing and Medical Sciences in 2008 and 2011, and she did her internship in 2011 up to 2012, and she is a NICU nurse from 2012 up to 2021. Currently, she is a clinical resource nurse in neonatal intensive care unit, and with an ongoing master second year in Faqih College. And the second speaker is a consultant in neonatal intensive care unit. She graduated with MBBS from College of Medicine 2005 up to 2011. From 2011 until 2012, she did her internship at King Abdulaziz Hospital and Oncology Center and King Fahad General Hospital. At 2013 up to 2017, she is a pediatric resident in Suleiman Faqih Hospital, and she is a neonatology fellow at King Abdulaziz University Hospital during 2019 and 2021. From 2021 until the current date, she is a neonatologist in Dr. Sulman Faqih Hospital, Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. So looking at their credentials from the both speakers, they love babies. Okay? So without further ado, known for her simplicity, positivity, and being opinionated, let us welcome Ms. Aswaq Imam.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everyone. Looks like I am the last speaker for today. I hope it's a happy ending with me. I'm going to talk, or we are going to talk to you about the most common neurological complication in preterm infant, namely intraventricular, as you can see, intraventricular hemorrhage in preterm. We will use the abbreviation of IVH, as you can see in the title, IVH. So it's intraventricular hemorrhage. So maybe you are asking yourself, why do I need to know much about the IVH compared to other neurological disease in newborn medicine? One thought that is IVH can be, we can do a little to prevent or to treat the IVH. One thought is at least you can answer the parents' question about their infant, their preterm infant. In addition to, you can prevent IVH from happening through implementing the evidence-based practice that we will discuss in coming moments or minutes. So today we're going to discuss about the incidence and pathophysiology of IVH, the grading of IVH, and the neuroprotective bundle. We will start with, or let me call Dr. Hiba for further explain about IVH. Then I will proceed with neuroprotective bundle.
Good day, everyone. Thank you for a nice invitation. It's my pleasure to be a part of this symposium. We will go through the germinal matrix hemorrhage or intraventricular hemorrhage, what is called before. Germinal matrix intraventricular hemorrhage is remain devastating neurological complication for our primary babies with considerable mortality and neurodevelopmental disability. What is the germinal matrix? It's a small area in the brain just behind the ventricular wall, which is not covered by collagen or by muscle. So it's very fragile area, easy to rupture. It's started to be formed from 7 to 8 weeks of life during gestational age, and this full maturation started from 34 to 37 weeks. So still even the late preterm baby, they can have, even the term baby have a risk of intraventricular bleeding. Approximately 20 to 30% of this infant, they are gestational age 29 weeks or less, they have the germinal matrix hemorrhage. 1/3 of this neonate, they develop post-hemorrhagic hydrocephalus, unfortunately, with 10 to 20% they have a shunt insertion. They need a shunt insertion. In the last 10 years, we found to have a lot of babies, they have an intraventricular hemorrhage, not because of poor practice, no, because we have evidence, we have a better practice. So the preterm, the extreme preterm baby, they are live more, they survive more than before. In a few cases of germinal matrix hemorrhage, even the hemorrhage can appear during pregnancy, before delivery, even in term baby, as we mentioned before. More than 3,600 of new cases per year, they have unfortunately significant cognitive impairment in the preterm baby, which is one of the complications of this is primary babies. 50 to 75% of this have an IVH. They have cognitive, CB, even hydrocephalus. Around 25% of this survival baby, they have a psychiatric disorder. The pathophysiology, as we said, the pathogenesis of germinal matrix, it's mainly due to alteration of germinal matrix, impaired cerebral autoregulation, coagulation disorder, and other genetic factor. What happened for the babies, anything can play in hemodynamic stability of these babies can lead to intraventricular hemorrhage. Pathophysiology and pathogenesis, we have a lot of risk factors started from pregnancy till the admission in ICU. Hypercapnia, this is one way to protect a we are using as a neuroprotective bundle for our primary. It's called pervasive hypercapnia, which is accepted higher CO2 in our primary. From 40, the CO2 accepted 45 to 60, but if more than 60, so this CO2 can lead to massive cerebral vasodilatation and rupture for the germinal matrix and increase the risk for IVH. Hypotension, as we mentioned before, anything can play in hemodynamic of the baby can lead to IVH. So hypotension decrease the cerebral perfusion, lead to IVH, but lead to IVH. Impaired autoregulation, again, of the cerebral blood flow, mainly it's seen in very sick primary baby. But the direct relation between the autoregulation and development of IVH still need further studies. Thrombocytopenia, what we saw in our primary, we have 70 to 80% of our primary, they have a thrombocytopenia and they have an IVH. But still we cannot say any baby with thrombocytopenia, he will have IVH. Some babies, they have an IVH, but they have a normal platelet count. Here we have multiple risk factors for the IVH or multiple causes. We have multiple causes like chorioamnionitis, multiple gestations, small for gestational age, fetal distress, vaginal delivery at risk for IVH, very low birth weight, low Apgar score, any baby need resuscitation, extensive resuscitation after delivery. Male gender, unfortunately, as a measure of the diseases, it's more common in male. Medication, anemia, blood transfusion, anything can play in hemodynamic baby can lead to IVH. When we can do the cranial ultrasound for our primary, we have 3 schools or 3 guidelines, either Canadian, American, or Europe. Usually here in our country, we are going with Canadian. It's the routinely cranial ultrasound. It's done for all neonate less than the first one, less than 32 weeks, between 4 to 7 days of life. And not only for these babies, the primary babies, also we can do the cranial ultrasound for more than 32 weeks till 37 weeks in very sick patients, critical patient or twins, microcephaly, any patient develop any critical illness during an ICU admission. And the repeating of the image is depend on the depend on the basic ultrasound done before. The American Academy of Pediatrics, they recommend to do the ultrasound only for babies less than or equal to 30 weeks with significant, or more than 30 weeks with significant risk factor, which is usually the first ultrasound they are doing between 7 to 10 days of life and repeated at 4 to 6 weeks. Even the first ultrasound, even it's normal, we need to repeat it at 4 to 6 weeks of age. The Europe, they are doing the basal ultrasound on day 1, 3, 7, 14, and 28 of days. This is their regimen. But usually here in our country, we are going with Canadian. Germinal matrix hemorrhage, we have 4 grades of germinal matrix hemorrhage. Grade 1, as you see in the first picture, this is the normal brain. The blue one, this is the ventricle, and the orange or the yellow, the orange one, this is the small germinal matrix. So anything hemorrhage inside this germinal matrix with less than 10% of the size, so this is a grade 1. A grade 2, as the third picture, the bleeding, it's increasing and filling the ventricle with less 10 to 50% of the area. If more than 50%, so this is a grade 3. If the bleeding going out of the ventricle, so this is the what is called a grade 4 IVH or parenchymal hemorrhage. Here I know maybe the nurses, they are not interested in the ultrasound, but it's good to know at least. First picture in the ultrasound on the right side, this is the normal coronal and sagittal view during ultrasound. The second picture, we have the white dot, which is, this is the starting of bleeding, and this is the grade 1. Grade 2, as we said, it's the white dot, it's increasing inside. Grade 3, there is massive dilatation in the ventricle, so this is a grade 3. The blood or the white dot is extended to the out of the ventricle, so this is the periventricular hemorrhage or intracranial hemorrhage, grade 4. What is the clinical feature generally for this patient? It's depend on the severity between grade 1 to grade 4. Either silent, most of the baby, if they have a mild hemorrhage like grade 1, they have a silent, they are discovered by routinely ultrasound after birth. Saltatory cause, some baby, if they have a grade 3 or 2, they have some decrease in movement, hypotonic, eye movement, abnormal eye movement, or increase or abnormal respiratory support. And this one also, again, can be discovered by lab or by ultrasound. But catastrophic case, some cases where they have grade 3 or grade 4 IVH, they have a sudden deterioration in hemodynamic, coma, or even convulsion, or died at that time with severe metabolic acidosis and bradycardia. Because of this, any baby with a preterm baby with misbehaving, the first thing we should do is cranial ultrasound to rule out the grading of IVH. The prognosis, the small IVH, before they said if they have a grade 1 IVH, they have a normal developmental, but unfortunately 10% of this baby, they develop IVH grade 1, they have mild neurodevelopmental disability. Moderate hemorrhage grade 2, they have a major disability up to 40%, even mortality up to 10%. The severe hemorrhage grade 3 or grade 4, the major neurodevelopmental disability is up to 80% and the mortality 50%. And unfortunately, this baby, they have an hydrocephalus, complicated hydrocephalus. Here our topic, this is the prevention. How we can prevent the IVH is starting from the pregnant woman. Any pregnant woman in labor, we are, as a OB, they're trying to avoid premature labor. They are giving medication, hydration, painkiller, just to avoid the preterm. If any mother, it's khalas for preterm labor, she should go to tertiary center. They can dealing with this preterm baby, and usually the OB, they are give the mother hydrocortisone or steroid. It's work in two way for premature baby. First of all, it's for lung maturity. Second, also for prevent severe IVH form in a premature baby. Perinatal, the delivery, as we said, the delivery in tertiary hospital, promote delivery. Some doctors of the OB, they preferred to deliver the mother as a CS because the SVD, it's a high risk, again, as we said, for IVH. Delay cordiclamber, it's nowadays is very nice also way for decrease the risk for severe form of IVH. Postnatal, I will let my Ashwagi to talk about the IVH bundle. Neuroprotective bundle intervention, it's a promising modality that help in reducing IVH at a success mainly on the staff compliance in implementing IVH bundle. It is important to focus on the sustaining the implementation of a neuro bundle to have consistent improvement quality of care. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Hiba. So before I proceed to my part, IVH bundle, I would like to say that DSFH committed to providing IVH bundle that prevent prevent the IVH that affect the normal development for a preterm infant. What is bundle? How we can define bundle? Bundle, we can define it as a set of evidence-based practice that when we perform it collectively or together have been proven improvement in or prevent IVH. Okay, preterm infant. What is preterm? Preterm infant, for those who are not familiar with preterm, any baby born less than 37 weeks, he is a preterm. Okay. What is our purpose for IVH bundle? The mainly to prevent and reduce the severity of IVH among preterm babies. The bundle we will talk about proven that reduce the incidence of IVH from 19% to 6%. Imagine how it's, if implementing and staff compliance with IVH bundle will improve the incidence of IVH. Okay, before we proceed for nursing rule, I would like to explain or show you the IVH bundle. This is the IVH bundle we adopt from the evidence-based practice. We will implement for a preterm infant less than 30 weeks and the weight less than 1.5 grams. Will be implemented for first 3 days, 72 hours, which is the golden hours for preterm. If we prevent the IVH from happening for these 3 days or 72 hours, we can say that we succeed to prevent the IVH. IVH, you can see some intervention that important to do, like patient head position. This is very important actually to keep or avoid the prone position, the twisting of the neck. If you visit a NICU before, you can see all babies in midline position. This one will help them to prevent the IVH. Head of the bed. Since the babies are kept inside the incubator, you will see the incubator are semi-Fowler position or not less than or more than 30 degrees. Normothermia, which is very important. That's why if they call for delivery for preterm, you can see the NICU team, they adjust the room temperature. They cannot receive a preterm baby in a regular temperature or normal temperature. They should receive a baby on 24 to 26 degrees of room temperature. Another thing, they will receive a baby and they will keep it inside plastic bag. Catch the baby, put inside the plastic bag to maintain normothermia. Also, humidity is very important, which we can adjust through the incubator. Next intervention is slow administration of fluid, because as Dr. Hiba explained that the boluses of IV fluid, the fast will cause IVH. Sample withdrawal, this is nursing job or task, that when they are drawing any blood from umbilical vein, catheter, or central line, should be slowly. Respiratory intervention, we should prevent the acidosis, respiratory acidosis. Minimal stimulation, this is very important. That's why when we have a preterm admitted to NICU, the senior nurse will handle the babies to minimize the stimulation or handling of the babies. Also, a straightened cluster of care means what? Everything you will do, you make it as a cluster. Yani you want to suction, you want to give medication, medication, you want to give a feeding, make it in one time. This one also will help in minimal handling of the patient. Of course, if the patient need urgent medication or something, we can give at that time. Also mention that cell phone is very important to be in silent mode. That's why now in NICU we are implementing the quiet time, at least to minimize the noise. Also, the staff are not allowed to speak or conversation near to the incubators. See how much the tiny baby will affect from simple things. that it will not affect for newborn or you as an adult, but preterm, yes, can cause IVH. Pain and stress, of course, this is very important because it will release the stress hormone which will affect or cause IVH. You can see day 1, 2, 3, as we said, we will be monitored, which will come here, the nursing rule, that IVH bundle should be implemented once the baby admitted to NICU. Yani, we cannot implement this in delivery room. This bundle also is applicable for preterm less than 30 weeks and weighing 1.5 grams. IVH bundle also will be assessed daily, twice daily, and on morning and the night shift. Always question the necessity of care of bundle procedure. This will come under the cluster of care. If the physician will ask you to do something, ask him, is it urgent to do it, or I can do it with a cluster, yani in two hours more. Okay, I finish. Just want to give take a home message that we can prevent the IVH prenatally and postnatally. So it's a teamwork. Not only NICU team, they can prevent IVH. We explain, start from OB, then delivery room, how we are receiving the baby, and how we will continue this to in NICU. What's written here that we should have protocol schedule about cranial ultrasound, because we should do cranial ultrasound as explained by Dr. Hiba at day 5 in the bundle. Okay. Okay, I finish. Anything you want to add, Dr. Hiba? Okay, thank you. If you have any questions.
Thank you so much, Ashwat. So the session is open for questions. So any questions, guy? Sir Muhammad?
Ashwat, amazing
Yes, sir.
presentation. I'm so proud to see such a young nurse talking confidently in
Thank
front
you.
of everybody and in such a heavy topic. I'm not an ICU nurse. I'm an emergency nurse and a medical surgical nurse, but this is an amazing breakthrough and a presentation. And my question to you is, have you applied this in the unit in your hospital? And how did you come about to apply it? What did you do for the nurses? Were there training activities that has been done for the nurses? And are you monitoring this bundle now?
Okay. Thank you for your actually positive feedback. Of course, the adrenaline from up to down. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. About your question, yes, we start to implement actually this bundle, still in a training process to see, but yes, we started to implement. What will happen if we have a patient, or what is happening that if we receive a preterm less than 30 weeks, we will give this bundle in a hard copy to the nurse, assigned nurse, to follow all the steps or the intervention. Then we will have a reminder in the incubator that please minimize the noise, keep quiet, dim the light, because this one will affect for this part. Second part is, sorry, remind me.
I was asking about training. Have you trained the nurses on
Yes,
on that?
actually we start, yes, we educated the staff about this, what is IVH and how we can prevent the complication, yes, and we told them about the evidence-based practice we adopt from latest research in 2021 about implementing this IVH that reduce, the bundle that reduced from 19% to 6%. So yes, we implemented, and we are looking forward to have our evidence that really the IVH in Dr. Salman Faqih decrease. Third part, I think.
If I were you, I would think of publishing as a research. Think about it.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Any more questions?
Yes, me.
Hi.
Now talking as an ICU nurse, I know that you are not an ICU nurse, but we are an ICU nurse. That's why we are very good. And we know how to do things. Now, my point is, actually I have two questions. What's your control point in such an initiative, and what's your KPI?
What is my?
Your control point and KPI. This is an indicator, of course, you have it. What's your KPI in such an indicator, and what is the control point when we can say that we have to have an alarm here, or this is the control point that we have to catch the case here?
Okay, if I got your question, the KPI we're using, actually we don't have a data yet. We will start. So since last month we start to count how many preterm less than 30 weeks we have and develop IVH or did not develop IVH. This is for the what else we can say for KPI?
Can I add?
Can I ask
yes,
about the benchmark?
Khadra, help me.
Because I'm working closely actually with Ashwag and her team. Actually, this is one of the improvement projects that we started in neonatal ICU. This is a group level. It's not only one disciplinary, it's multidisciplinary. Dr. Shadi is one with us from Abigaini. Dr. Abdulaziz is one of the greatest neonatologists who is leading to have the evidence-based practices in patient care. So how we started this, first of all, we developed a policy protocol, IVH protocol, that's in the process still. Yes, in neonatal ICU they start talking about training nurses, but we don't have completed, established protocol that's already completed. It's on process. So what we did, we developed the policy, engaging neonatologists and OB-GYN. We requested for indicators to be KPIs to be measured, which is the number of preterm deliveries, babies who less than 32 who develop IVH grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, grade 4, and this is not including the traumatic injury. This is only spontaneous, which is the 4 grade. So the KPI was submitted to the data warehouse to be electronically measured per ICD code. This is an intra-professional education that includes OB-GYN, nursing, nursing in delivery room and in neonatal ICU, also neonatologists, which they are a great support here, honestly. And when we complete this project, definitely we'll share the outcome and we may publish this outcome. This is IVH is one of expected complication for neonates, but it's preventable if we put the effort together, antenatal and postnatal. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And if I may add, the bundle itself in the piloting stage. So once we have the piloting completed, we will be submitting to the HIMSS committee for official approval, and for sure Dubai team or any other team will be able to use it as well. Now we are using the manual form as Ashwak said. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
So thank you so much. That concludes all. So may we call on Dr. Lamia and
Now
Dr. Heba.
Trophy time.
Stay on.
Trophy time, guys. لا أنا I'm talking to the control room عشان يحطوا المزيكا. Now it's a trophy time. We just want to say thank you for all our great presenters. دكتورة لميا تفضلي. دكتورة هبة، مس أشواق. عشان تستلم on behalf of Russia. مس شايبي. Muhammad will receive on behalf of her. But promise that you will give it to her, huh? مش بص بقى. I will inform her. Thank you very much for moderating the first session. صارفين ومكلفين فانتوا لازم تيجوا بالتروفي. مستر محمد كم with the true trophies. لا مش قوي كده. Can I ask all the C&Ds available here in the room to come? يلا يا جماعة. All our nurse manager or our beloved attendee come to the stage. Let's have one picture together. Madam Susan, Madam Shuli, let's have one picture together, please. Mr. John.